mom sees her baby on that screen, she chooses life 80% of the time. Your gift of just $28 a month covers the cost of one ultrasound. Or, if you're able, you can purchase an ultrasound machine that will help women choose life for years. Your donation brings hope and truth when mothers feel alone and fear is loud. So I'm asking you to give to Preborn today. Go to preborn.com/Ramsey or call 855-601-2229. That's preborn.com/Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Last night, Scottsdale Unified School District parents and students asked the governing board to reconsider closing 2 schools. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer was there and joins us now live to explain what happened.
The district is considering closing Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools due to low enrollment. Blair Wilkins has 2 kids at Echo Canyon and says it's hard for her children to think about their school closing. She says the district suggested parents move their kids to Tavon Elementary instead of Hopi, which is closer to Echo Canyon. She questions whether that's because Echo Canyon and Tavon are both Title I schools.
Title I designation never really meant anything to us, but once we were forced to kind of look beyond Echo Canyon, you start to hear and see and recognize what that means. And I think it was really the distinction between Hopi and Echo Canyon and then Tavon.
The final vote on the closures will be December 9th. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
We now know that at least 3 cases of botulism that have been tied to a nationwide recall of baby formula.
Those 3 cases in Arizona include one we told you about earlier involving a couple from Flagstaff whose 4-month-old daughter had to be flown to a hospital for treatment after falling ill. Arizona's 3 cases are among a total of 23 being reported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, all tied to the By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula products that have been recalled. 3 cases have also been reported in California and Texas. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Get that umbrella ready if you have weekend plans. A slow-moving system will be moving across Arizona, and it's going to bring us some rain. The valley's expecting anywhere from ½ inch to a full inch of rain. Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says even more weather's on the way.
It's not like we're going to go and have a big dry period again like we have in the last 3 weeks. We have the first weather system will mostly move out later Sunday, maybe a dry period for 18, 24 hours, and then we have another weather system coming in as early as Monday night.
Light snow expected for the higher elevations, but Coleman says these storms are mostly bringing rain and some cooler temperatures. You have one more thing to be grateful for this Thanksgiving. Cheaper gas.
Prices will be actively going down almost on a daily or semi-daily basis. We're talking about noticeable drops of potentially anywhere from 15 to 25 cents over the next 4 weeks or so.
Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says gas in Arizona is still up 19 cents a gallon from a year ago. Right now, the statewide average is $3.36 a gallon, about $3.57 here in Phoenix. Heads up, Tempe drivers, some major street closures are coming this weekend for ASU Homecoming and Ironman Arizona. City officials are advising drivers to expect transit delays all weekend and use public transportation to avoid the closures. Plan ahead. Check KTAR.com for the full details. Police in Oakland, California say college football coach John Beam, known from Netflix's Last Chance U, has died after being shot on campus. Police announced his death today, a day after the shooting, and a suspect has been arrested. It marks the second school shooting at a school in Oakland in 2 days. Mayor Barbara Lee praised Beam as a mentor and community leader. Beam coached at Laney College and was featured in the 2020 season of the docuseries. 2 of his former players, who are now in the NFL, shared tributes on social media. According to his biography on the college website, 20 of his players have gone on to the NFL. The release of the Epstein files are going to be voted on next week after passing the House with 219 votes. Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva was the final vote needed to pass. Chuck Todd, political analyst, tells Arizona's Morning News it's not a partisan issue.
This isn't going to be like a vote of just barely 219 members in the House who vote to release these files. Once this bill hits the floor, this thing's going to get 325 votes.
And it comes after several emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were released, saying President Trump was, quote, the dog who hasn't barked. On Wall Street today, the Dow was down 336 points, closing out at 47,121. S&P down 3, and the NASDAQ was up 34 points. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking on traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We're cleaning up an earlier crash, southbound Loop 101 at Cactus Road. And there's another one at 59th Avenue and Buckeye in Phoenix. Also getting word now of a crash involving a bike at 3rd and Flower Streets. That one also in Phoenix. Traffic brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official Team Eye Doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. Weather-wise, 85 today, but cooling off over the weekend. Good chance of rain on Saturday, even better on Sunday. And our high tomorrow, 80, but 71 on Sunday. Right now, it is 86 in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Happy Friday, y'all.
Yeah. What?
Well, I was just taking a look at our streaming feed. Hang on.
Oh.
I'm too tall for the camera, I guess, is what we have going on now. You're on the YouTube
Well, bad
channel.
News. Nobody here is here.
Nobody's here to take care of that.
Well,
right?
we do have Elizabeth in the control room. She can
that's
probably
good. Okay.
do some things to it. We need a little.
Actually,
we need a little zoom out on you.
No, I like it the way it is because the camera cuts off the top of my head, so people can't. If I hold my head correctly, they can. They don't see how balding I'm getting.
No, they probably just imagine you with a lot of hair.
I would imagine that's the case.
Man, I'm looking over at Chris. He is just look at those flowing locks.
I'm gonna bring my chair up a little higher. That's good.
You could just put your whole head in the clouds. Just keep going up.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
It's just from the nose down. Damn it, Elizabeth fixed it. That's a tragedy.
You don't have hair again. How'd that happen?
There was hope for a moment, wasn't there? Well, Friday's off to a great start, isn't it? Yeah, this is
Chris lost his hair
going swimmingly. And then Becky Lynn said it's gonna rain like the Dickens.
Is that a bad thing?
I don't think it's a bad thing.
I think it's a good thing. And cooling off, too. 71 by Sunday.
I just want those mosquitoes to go away.
No, they're sticking around. See the story that they are not going anywhere.
I saw the daytime skeeters are going to be in trouble, but the nighttime
evening
West Nile skeeters, when I'm out running,
they're doing great.
Are going to stick around for a while, which is not fair. Becky Lynn, can't you cook up some sort of weather to get rid of them?
Not for the skeeters. Are you using plenty of bug spray? Do you have a bug spray that works?
A bug spray? I thought my natural sweat when I ran would stink them away.
No, that's normally just for women, but it doesn't work on bugs.
Weird.
Don't
laugh at his jokes,
I'm
Becky
sorry.
Lynn.
That was kind of funny. That was
no,
a good one.
It was very mean.
It was mean, but it was still kind of funny.
It's the wrong kind of repellent.
Maybe I'm just done for the day. Maybe I should get to go enjoy my Friday. It'll truly be a Friday.
As much as they're talking about as much as half an inch of rain in the valley, but if you're headed west, lots worse. They're talking like an inch or more in California. I mean, even as you get over toward Quartzsite, right? I mean, they're still talking like an inch there, up to an inch and a half. Quartzsite, Bullhead City, if you're headed up toward Vegas. Could be seeing a lot of rain up in that area, too. So if you're doing any traveling, it's actually only going to get wetter over the weekend.
Goodness gracious.
I think Joe just shut off.
I'm done.
He just shut right down.
I did.
Hey, did you say that it looks like we're gonna undo some tariffs? Yeah, we're untariffing.
I did see that.
We'll dive a little bit deeper into exactly what's being untariffed coming up here at 2:30.
Oh.
But if we're untariffing,
yes, are we unterrified?
Ooh, I'm going to give you credit on that one.
Okay,
you got a half point.
Nice.
That was solid.
Does that get me like -7 demerals?
Well, I'll take a demeral away.
Thank you.
What if we're untariffing? Isn't that sort of a tacit admission that the economic policy isn't working?
I was trying to throw this by you in rehearsal.
Yeah.
No. That is wrong,
okay.
Chris. It is a tacit admission that the previous administration
yes
made him
tariff.
tariff.
I see.
To then take them away.
I got you.
To make everything better. And now, perfect again.
I was reading an article with an economist that was doing evaluations on some of the policies. And one of the things that's interesting is that the tariffs are meant to reshore manufacturing, right? But there isn't really a holistic plan with that, including that we are investing, as in shareholder status, with some of these companies that we are subsidizing. So we're giving Intel money, and of course that benefits us here, right? So the national government is giving Intel money, but then we're also taking a stake in the company. So isn't that communism?
Kind of, sort of.
I mean, isn't that kind of the communist capitalist model that China works with?
So what I saw, the economist who was pitching this approach, she was advocating for doing this when it has a strategy behind it.
Yeah.
And it would lead to things like, like growth, like the Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
But the issue that she identified is she said what this administration has done is that there's really not a plan, and it's essentially just a clawback.
Right. So we're going to give you money, but then we're going to take all that money back.
Yeah.
And there's not going to be any stipulations on it. There's no expectations. There's no goals.
Which, to your point.
Yeah, isn't that just communism? We're basically just saying it's... this is kind of tricky.
It's for the good of the country.
Well, it is kind of tricky because if you're going to subsidize a company, is that just throwing money out the window? Or do you expect certain results? For instance, if you're going to give, let's say that Phoenix is going to subsidize more growth for Taiwan Semiconductor manufacturers, right? TSMC. And let's say that we want to say, okay, we're going to give you tax abatements. You don't have to pay property taxes because you want to expand your campus. But if you do that, the stipulations are you have to hire 2,000 more people that pays at least this much, and you have to provide this and this and this. So you put these different stipulations on it. And the goal is then we're making an investment, not in your company. I mean, we are investing in your company, but we're also investing in ourselves. Whereas if you're simply giving money to a company and you're hoping that that company is successful with the investment without any other stipulations, is that good public administration? Well, in other words, I don't give my tax dollars to a hedge fund. I don't want them or a venture capitalist. That's not the goal of government.
Well, also, you invest in a company, and you don't necessarily know what other things they'll come up with. Like we ended up with the internet, GPS, touchscreens, Siri, all from things that had public investments initially.
So like NASA or whatever else, right? Okay.
So you can have a number of other good things come out of public investments.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with that.
But in this case, again, it's just kind of...
We're investing and then we're clawing the money back. So is it really an investment?
It's kind of like a penalty of like, well, if you don't...
Yeah.
Like if you try to go somewhere else and, grow your business there, we're going to penalize you. So you have to do it here. It doesn't seem like it has that approach of... well, hey, we want to give you this money to see what you come up with, to be more bountiful, plentiful, to grow.
And here are your goals, and if you don't hit it, then there's a penalty.
Yeah.
The other thing that concerns me, too, is that when you're investing directly in the company, we're going to use Intel as the example. And again, the investments into Intel benefit us here in the Valley. But if you're investing into Intel, aren't you basically picking a winner? Because AMD is trying to catch up in the AI chip manufacturing. They're trying to catch up to NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the top dog, right? And we have sent public funds then to Intel to try to have Intel catch up to NVIDIA. Well, isn't that kind of a disadvantage to NVIDIA? And
Definitely.
If we're giving investment money into Intel using the public coffer, isn't the government then picking Intel over AMD or NVIDIA or any other startup for that matter?
They're certainly staking them.
So we're kind of picking winners and losers based on what's the criteria? Why Intel and not AMD? Is it because somebody at Intel had the right lobbyist or had the right connection?
Or do we think Intel's got the best technology and that they are the...
Well, they don't. That's why they've fallen off.
But do we prop them up because we believe maybe they do, but they're not demonstrating that without the dollars?
But if they don't demonstrate that they just needed to be propped up, then we're out all that money as taxpayers.
Yeah,
but I don't really want the government making risky investments with my tax dollars.
But I guess then we'd have to go back to the point of, well, we don't know exactly what they're going to come up with. Maybe they come up with some new type of chip,
that would
something
be great.
different.
Great. Maybe we make that a stipulation. We're gonna stake 5%, but we want new innovation that will then be available to the public. Not new innovation to help your company stay on top. I don't want to give them money so that they can overtake another American company. Right? No. I don't want that.
So what if it's, hey, we're going to give you 5%, but then we expect a return of X% as well?
Well, that's an investment then. That's a capitalistic communism. That's what China has. I say if you want to make a stake, then you say you're going to make a stake, you're going to develop new technology, but that new technology is not going to be trademarked, like GPS, for instance, or like the internet. Now, imagine if we made a public investment into the development of the internet, and then all of a sudden you had one company that said, we own it now. And the government went, yeah, and we got a 5% stake. And anybody that wants a website has to pay the government now in order to have a website. And anybody that wants to be a merchant online is going to have to give additional, beyond just taxes, they're going to have to pay an access fee to the internet, Verizon, to buy their share of the internet, and then some of that's going to go to the government, right? That's basically what we're doing with our company with like Intel, for instance. However, as I keep mentioning, it's not bad for Arizona because the investment is coming here, right? So that is beneficial. In fact, the latest business climate report is showing Arizona is still top 10 in the country for states, and it remains very attractive. So as we have all these other concerns about tariffs and about investments and about economists that are worried about how this is going to play out, why is Arizona more insulated from the worrying signs of the national economy? That is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump has commented on affordability, saying in a social media post that it's a con job and a lie when used by the Dems. The president has claimed prices under his administration have been coming down, but ABC's Alexis Christoforous says that is not true.
Beef, coffee, among the items we're paying more for. Also cereal, bread, pasta. A lot of other things are at play here. It's not just the tariffs that have moved these prices higher when it comes to beef. For instance, we're still having a cattle shortage in this country. When it comes to coffee, there have been weather-related issues that have hurt crops in places like Brazil and Colombia. But overall, no, prices have not been coming down in a large way, the way the Trump administration is saying. And in fact, energy prices have been creeping higher, and that means gas prices as well.
All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're expecting some rain and cooler temperatures over the weekend, but today's high 85, which is where we find the temperature in Paradise Valley right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Hey, shout out to our friends in Buckeye. I can't thank you enough for being a part of the program in Buckeye, our friends there. So Arizona seems to be more insulated from some of the worrying signs in the national economy, including the president who's rolled back some of the tariffs that he had previously set. We'll tell you what those tariffs are, where they're going to affect you, coming up in a moment. Joining us now is Valley economist and president, CEO of Rounds Consulting, Jim Rounds. Jim, great to have you on the program. The president says the economy is stronger than ever. A new report shows that we've got slowing hiring, we've got souring consumer confidence, we are missing federal data, which of course normally tells us a little bit a clearer picture, and yet Arizona continues to rank pretty well as far as future business investments. Why is it that we are so well insulated, whereas the rest of the country seems more vulnerable?
That's a good question, and it gets back to why we did so poorly after the Great Recession. We had no economic development tools. We didn't know how to incentivize businesses. We didn't ever review our tax rates other than the vehicle license tax, which really didn't have an impact on the businesses. We basically did nothing. In fact, we did a report at the time, and we had Arizona listed 50 out of 50 states in terms of its economic development policies. And so what did we do since then? We created more competitive taxes. We did regulatory reform. We created the Commerce Authority, economic development programs. We've done more in the last 15 years than any other state. And we went from declines in overall income levels over 3 decades. We troughed right after the Great Recession, and we've been climbing ever since. So there's a direct correlation between the numbers and the stories that you're hearing about. They're true.
Valley economist and president of Rounds Consulting, Jim Rounds, our guest right now. Jim, what do Arizona's prospects look like in future years? Let's say 5 years from now. How do things look for Arizona and the Valley in terms of attracting business to the state?
Well, I think part of it's going to depend on how we manage the economic downturn or slowdown, whatever we want to call it. We have to make sure that we get through it without raising taxes, without going into additional debt, and we should be able to. There's enough in the fund that we put money to set aside for these things called the Rainy Day Fund. We should be able to get through a slowdown period okay. I think that we're really going to be the state to be in that remainder of the decade and then into the 2030s, just because we're so well positioned and we're on this upward trend and we're still working on things. So we're still one of the better states in terms of economic stability, but there's still more things that we can do when a lot of other states have kind of tapped out on anything new.
Jim, is there anything that you're watching as far as Arizona goes that you go, boy, this number has to stay strong, and if this number changes, then we may have an issue? Is there something that you look at as being an incredible strength of Arizona that we need to continue to focus on and make sure that we remain strong?
Yeah, so it's going to be the creation of higher wage jobs. And again, in the past, people just cared about how many jobs we created. We didn't care if we were creating jobs that were lower wage and actually made the economy worse. So we made that big shift. If we keep focusing on higher wages, we're okay. But the challenge is going to be there's things that are going to keep us from maybe hitting that long-term forecast, but we have a chance to work on it. We're not going to be developing enough workers, qualified workers, or importing enough workers to keep up with the current trajectory. We're going to have some energy issues that we're going to have to resolve, land availability, and some water issues. But these are all long-term problems with not all that complicated a solution. So I feel like if we do like we did after the last time we got knocked down on the mat and we got back up and fought back, we should be fine. It's just a matter of policymakers having the will to work on the economy and not just assume that a tax cut is the next thing to do. The next thing to do is going to be to make sure that we have good roads. It's going to be to make sure that we have enough qualified workers. And that sounds like more of a socioeconomic development item, but it's not Democrat or Republican. It's how the economy works.
Jim, is there something in the policy right now that needs to be tweaked in order to make sure that we're creating and bringing in new higher wage jobs? It seems like whenever we talk about, for instance, the minimum wage in Arizona, that just turns into a political back and forth. Well, if you have a higher minimum wage, then you're going to drive up inflation and everybody loses, which seems to sound like some people want to make sure that we keep wages down. From a policy standpoint, is there something we can be doing?
Yeah, so like on minimum wage issues, I think that the minimum wage advocates for raising it are focusing on the wrong thing. What we want to do is we want to invest in productivity for those individuals to be making even more than minimum wage. I made minimum wage for a while, but I knew it would be temporary when I was at the grocery store bagging groceries. So the idea is give people a ladder to climb, but they got to climb it themselves, and then later give them a taller ladder to climb but they got to climb it themselves. So we have to have a combination of providing these things that people can use and businesses can use, but then they have to kind of have some, control and responsibility on their own. But we're doing a really good job in these categories. I feel like the workforce development thing, I feel like there's a bunch of different groups working on it. The energy issue I'm a little concerned about because I think people forget that a lot of the utilities are economic development entities basically themselves, because they're the ones that are assuring that we have the electricity for these new business locations, and they're the ones that are setting things up when the negotiations are happening, but they usually don't get the credit for it.
Jim, you and I were both taking a look at a piece earlier in the week. Chris and I were talking about it just a few minutes ago. And I want to know from your perspective, what is President Trump's vision for what he wants for the country economically? And I ask you that because this economist who was going back and forth with some Q&A was making this argument that a clear vision is necessary. Otherwise, we're going to have some issues in the private sector. And that obviously could affect us here in Arizona. Do you feel like this administration has a clear vision for the country economically? And what would that be?
Well, I mean, that's a tough one, but maybe if I put it in terms of slightly different terms. So I feel like the administration is looking at the right things. I think it's important to look at things like if we have waste in Medicaid, but we also have to resolve the issue by taking a scalpel to it and not a sledgehammer. And if the states are going to be picking up that cost, it's going to be more than 1 year for us to make an adjustment. We're talking 5 to 10 years in order to make that adjustment. On the tariffs, it's been, one day it was one thing, one day it was another. That uncertainty created a lot of problems. You saw how it impacted GDP that one quarter when everybody was pre-purchasing things. It's not, if they're using it for some negotiation, that's fine, but the negotiations have been a little bit rough, and there's sometimes blowback on that extension of the tax cut. That's going to create economic activity right now. I always like to lead when I talk to like the left-leaning groups with that tax cut's going to have a positive impact, but then I follow it up immediately with, but somebody's going to have to pay for it eventually. And it's probably going to be our kids. So start thanking your kids for paying higher taxes later because we're enjoying it right now. So they're focusing on the right topics. It's just they're not figuring out how to implement it properly. So their vision, it's more like a vision, like they have little cartoon pictures on a wall, but they don't understand how to break it down and actually analyze these things and implement them.
Valley economist and president of Rounds Consulting. Very thorough analysis right there from Jim Rounds.
That was great, Jim. Thank you.
It's why you're the best. Thank you so much.
Happy weekend, guys.
All right. Thank you, Jim. You've been told that tariffs protect American jobs. Now you're being told that they might be pushing up your grocery bill. The White House just reversed course on some tariffs. What changed and why your next trip to Fry's is going to be a little easier on your wallet? That's next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life, but QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-7246. Pain.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know what a commitment to keeping America strong looks like? When Ford assembles the most vehicles in the U.S., and Ford makes that same commitment to our veterans, active military, and first responders. Yep, Paul Calvisi here for our Desert Ford dealers, who are most definitely here for those who serve, with a special offer on the 2025 Ford F-150. That F-Series is America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. From work truck to weekend warrior, off-roading, towing, hauling, there's an F-150 for everything. And right now, for every one, get 0% APR for 60 months. Plus, for military personnel, veterans, and first responders, get $1,000 bonus cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150. That's 0% APR for 60 months, plus another $1,000 in bonus cash back for military personnel, veterans, and first responders when you buy a 2025 Ford F-150. But hurry, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 2:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Migrant activists are asking for a case to be revisited after an Iraq War veteran living in Arizona was deported this week. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with an update.
Jose Barco was detained on Veterans Day and taken to ICE detention in Florence, but it's unclear where he may have been deported to. Former state senator Raquel Teran says he deserves to come home to his family.
I'm heartbroken with the fact that we have a veteran who was deported today at 4 a.m, a Purple Heart veteran.
Barco received a Purple Heart when his Humvee was hit by an IED, and he helped rescue some of his fellow soldiers, suffering a traumatic brain injury in the process. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation. Just when you think it couldn't get worse for the Cardinals, think again. Arizona Sports' Tyler Drake joined Arizona's Morning News to explain just how unlucky we are as Cards fans.
It's a tough look right now just because you look at the wide receivers room. Marvin, obviously, with the sudden appendectomy. Zay Jones with a torn Achilles.
Drake adds we should expect Trey McBride to have a big game on Sunday, becoming Jacoby Brissett's main target. For a second day, over 1,000 Starbucks workers at 65 stores across the country are on the picket line over lack of progress on contract negotiations with the company.
It started on Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day. More than 1,000 workers picketing unionized Starbucks locations, calling for better benefits and pay. Sylvia Baldwin on the picket line in Philadelphia.
It's not a living wage. You know, it might have been a living wage decades ago, but it's not anymore.
Michelle Essen, a barista and spokesperson for the union.
Many Starbucks workers have to rely on SNAP and Medicaid to get by.
A Starbucks spokesperson saying, quote, when they're ready to come back, we're ready to talk. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Checking traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash at 43rd Avenue and Virginia in Phoenix, and then there's another one at 39th Avenue in Dunlap. Otherwise, things moving pretty well on the main lines right now. Traffic brought to you by Presidential Pools. If you're looking to get a pool and add value to your home, now's a great time. With in-house financing and a 5-year warranty, go with Arizona's best pool builder at presidentialpools.com. We're looking for a high today of right around 85, 86 degrees, 60 overnight, and then tomorrow 80 with a chance of rain and an even better chance on Sunday when we really cool off to 71. Right now it's 86 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Delighted to be spending Friday with you. Hopefully you're having a dandy one, my friends. You know, we were talking about the economy and how Arizona seems quite resilient. And thanks again to our economist, Jim Rounds, who joined us in the last segment. I thought he did a really nice job of breaking things down for us. as far as like what the policy ideas are. And he said, this administration really, they're addressing the right things. They just don't seem to have a plan for the execution on it. More evidence of that would be the latest tariff U-turn that we have going on. So the Trump administration announcing that they're going to lift tariffs on coffee and other imported goods from countries like Argentina, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly, Joe.
Really?
Yeah, that's how you do it.
You didn't just
Guatemala?
Have a cold or something?
No, that's how you say it. I'm trying to be authentic.
Let me tell you.
Like if you're talking about our friends to the north,
yeah,
you would call them
Canadians.
Okay, but the country is
Canada.
No, it's Canada.
Really?
So you have to say it with a native accent
in their tongue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't think those to the south of us would
Mexico
giggle under their breath as you did this?
Mexico.
They'd say,
Guatemala.
He's a gringo.
No, they would say, wow, that was really good.
Muy estúpido.
They would say, that is amazing.
Crystal ball, muy mal.
He's very respectful, is what they would say. Anyway, we've got rising cost concerns, and so we've reversed some of the tariffs on the groceries. Great word. Nobody was using that word before me. Previously, the president's trade strategy focused on manufacturing jobs and then shielding the U.S. industry, but escalating food prices forcing a pivot. The change provides some relief. Economists say that it's not going to solve the larger cost of living challenge. So if this is not really helping the cost of living, and it's not really, we're just lifting random tariffs that are going to have an impact at the grocery store, but not necessarily, the other goals, manufacturing and reshoring the manufacturing and such. Is this really relief, or is this just basically is this a PR move?
Oh, the latter. It's
just PR.
I don't see where the relief is coming. I feel like it's relief from what was imposed by the administration, but I don't feel like I don't see any proof of long-term relief. I just see relief from the tariffs.
And
do you
specifically coffee?
Yeah.
That's the big one here. Coffee's up 20%. Now, part of that has to do with climate and things of that nature going on and some of the issues that they have had in the coffee-producing countries. However, the tariffs then compounded that issue. So as a result, he says, I'm going to lift the tariffs on the coffees. Everybody's going to get coffee. You're all going to be coffee high. It's going to be great. Best coffee ever.
So what about the steak? And what about the issues that we've seen off and on with egg prices, things like that?
No, because we can produce beef here. We can produce eggs here. We can't really produce coffee and bananas and those things here.
Can't get those beans.
Can't really get the beans here. No. So it's not like you can reshore manufacturing or agriculture for coffee. You could reshore those things for eggs, for instance. Although we just gave a $20 billion to Argentina for their beef to help prop up their beef industry. So that's a completely different story, I guess. But it does sound like the tariffs are going to be lifted on the coffee and the food items for those countries. The coffee price is climbing sharply this year because of the poor harvest in Brazil. And again, then the tariffs compounding that interest. Americans pay at least some of the cost increases because of the tariffs. That seems to be an acknowledgement by this administration that tariffs do increase prices. And now maybe some of the manufacturers are absorbing some of them, but eventually they are trickling down to us.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Go on.
So if they're acknowledging that the tariffs increased the prices,
they are.
We knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
What was the point of the tariff on the coffee in the first place? From the administration's perspective.
Negotiation tactic. So they're trying to create all these different trade bargains with every single country, right? So they said what we're going to do is we're going to create pain for those countries.
Yeah.
And then they're going to beg us.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it hurts. Please stop. Okay.
But all those countries, it seems like instead basically said, you're going to be hurting your own people. They're going to have to pay more. We're going to pass on the cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's hurt everyone.
Yeah.
So some of the other countries said, well, this guy's not going to stop, so let's go scorched earth. And so what ends up happening is you have a global economy now that is hurting to some degree. Now, look, our stock market continues to rise.
Largely because of AI stocks.
Yeah, the big ones. So then the question is is that the indicator that we're watching to say our economy is not being affected too much by the tariffs because, look, our stock market is still doing well. The Magnificent Seven are still magnificent. Or is it more like, what are the jobless claims doing? What is our inflation? And those are numbers we don't know because the government was shut down. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think what we are seeing, though, is that the White House has probably got some documentation somewhere that is showing that the coffee prices are hurting. The banana prices are hurting. The avocado prices are hurting. Some of these things are hurting. And the president keeps being asked about affordability. And so far, he said affordability is a word the Democrats made up to try to make him look bad, but no one's been better on affordability than him.
And they've pointed a lot to the Biden administration and been saying that, this is really not our economy yet. We don't own it until
the middle of next year now.
Yeah, I heard early next year. Now it's middle of next year, which that's not new to the Trump administration. All presidential administrations play this game of
where they blame
chicken
the
or
one
the
before.
egg. Whose fault is it and when do they own it?
Except that this president also came in and said on day one he's going to bring down grocery prices. And on day one, he was going to end this war. And on day one, he was going to do this. And on day one, he was going to do that. And that the tariffs were going to create prosperity for all of us. And now he's been teasing us with this $2,000 tariff rebate check. That
continues to say gas prices are at $2 a gallon. I heard somebody else talking about that the other day. And no gas station I'm driving by is there. I'm still seeing $3.50, $3.60 around the valley.
So I think what's happening now is that internally, there is a political pain point. So as much as we wanted to inflict pain on the other countries to create trade deals, I think that pain is coming back, and this administration is going, this is not going well for us, and we're going to have to start making this shift. We're going to have to start trying to turn this ship around now because it's not something that pivots overnight. Jim Rounds was telling us about how things move a little slower, right? Mm-hmm. So they go, midterms are coming up. And if we have people that are complaining about inflation, and if we have people that are complaining about their grocery bill, and we've got kitchen table topics that they're losing, it's going to be very bad for the midterm. So they want to try to turn that ship around right now. And I think that's why we're seeing this tariff change anyway.
And is it going to work for the Republicans?
That remains to be seen.
Well, I say no because I don't know any administration who it's really worked for. The party that's not in power almost always seems to win the midterms.
Yes.
So if Trump can win, bravo to him and the Republicans.
Yeah.
If they can pull this off, they are doing something that is almost never done.
But I would agree with that.
So,
I would agree with that.
Not impossible, but they've got work to do.
A credit card checkout is about to get messier. There's new rules and tech shifts, meaning that you could face more choices, more fees, and more confusion at the register. What it looks like to swipe could turn into a negotiation over how you pay and what it costs. That's next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Gleason Roofing. Do you need roof work? This is Jim Sharp, and you've got good timing because Gleason Roofing's holding a huge sale on their excess inventory of high-quality shingles while supplies last. So if you lost shingles during the monsoon or if you don't know if you've got damage, go to GleasonRoofing.com for a free roof inspection and get a steep discount on shingles from Gleason Roofing, the company that repaired my roof. GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News shines our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and their support of the Sojourner Center. This year marks the 9th annual Trajan Wealth Charity Drive, benefiting the Sojourner Center, a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence in Arizona since 1977. Since its founding, the Sojourner Center has helped tens of thousands of adults and children in the valley. During the charity drive, you're encouraged to donate a new unwrapped toy or a clothing item. A wish list can be found at TrajanWealth.com/blog. KTAR News is proud to shine our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and the Sojourner Center.
It's Gatos, and I'm here with Doug, the owner of the Arizona Painting Company. You guys just left my house.
Sure did, Gatos.
5-star review, my friend.
Absolutely.
Can I get you 6 stars? Is there a 7-star review? I'd give you 10 if I could.
That's what we're all about, Gatos. Professional crews, top quality paint, and results to make your home the best looking on the block. Whether it's interior, exterior, or a full repaint, we want every customer to feel the way you do about their home.
I can vouch for that. Waking up to a freshly painted house every day feels amazing. It's like a whole new home.
That's why we say we don't just paint houses, we transform them.
Travis and the crew, they showed up on time, they protected everything, and left my home looking brand new. And if you're thinking about refreshing the look of your home, trust the pros, my friends, who made my place shine, the Arizona Painting Company. Doug, how do we get a hold of you guys?
Text PAINT to 620-620 today for a free estimate.
Arizona Painting Company. Painting homes, building trust.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Parents, children, and state lawmakers urging the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board to reconsider closing 2 schools last night. The public hearing lasted 90 minutes with residents asking for alternative solutions to closure. Ainsley is a 4th grader at Pima Elementary and says her school closing would be heartbreaking. The board will vote on the closures December 9th. You can read more education solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. And all of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Expecting some rain and some cooler temperatures this weekend. The chance of rain is as high as 80% by Saturday evening. It's 86 right now in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Introducing healthcare coverage with care built in. AZ Blue does more than pay for care. We help deliver it. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue give you exclusive access to Prosano Healthcare Centers. With 10 convenient locations and $0 healthcare at Prosano Healthcare Centers included in the premium, you'll get more care from your health plan. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue. Learn more at azblue.com/Prosano Plans. That's azblue.com/Prosano Plans.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.99% 60-month financing. Or get low 0.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $1,431 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
This is Jim Sharp. The Phoenix Police Department has a new draft policy on how its officers should interact with the homeless. Will it lead to better treatments or just lead to another giant homeless camp? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News on Monday.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel, where there seems to be a discussion going on, just not in English. No idea what that's about. Not a clue. There's a new rule, I guess. Have you heard about this lawsuit that has been going on for a very long time when it comes to the credit card companies? Yeah, so the merchants and credit card companies have been engaged in a very long lawsuit.
Okay.
And the lawsuit comes down to the merchant fees for swiping. And how much do they charge, and is that okay, and you know, how can it be passed along, and this sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's been 20 years now. So there's a settlement now between Visa, MasterCard, and U.S. merchants, and basically it allows for the merchants to have more discretion as to which of those cards they accept. So right now they could say that for instance, we're not going to take MasterCard, right? You go to Costco, they only take Visa.
Correct.
For a long time, they only took Discover.
I was going to say, I knew.
Or it was an American Express.
Or was it Sam's Club that only took Discover? I know that there was
maybe that's
one
what it was.
that
I think
only
it was
took
Costco was
Discover.
American. Yeah, somebody took American Express. Whatever. Anyway, Costco only takes Visa now.
Okay.
So you can't go in there and use MasterCard. I think you still can online, however.
So it's cash or
Visa. Mm-hmm. Right. So the hang up here is that now with this settlement, what they're saying is you can take whatever card you want. Doesn't just have to be in the network. So you could take Visa, but I'll give you an example. I've got a couple of cards. Let me just pull up my
let's
got to keep this off. I don't want this on the camera. I don't want anybody seeing what I got on my camera here.
Yeah, don't want to see the numbers, but let's brag over here.
For instance, I've got this.
This
a MasterCard.
There?
Yeah,
this is a MasterCard.
Little Advantage.
Oh,
all right.
I'm seeing that.
Little American Airlines Advantage, right? Okay, so that gives me airline miles. Wow. All right. But what if you've got?
No wonder you're always flying first class.
Yeah, I use points.
Big deal.
Yeah. So, what? However, if I've got that, the credit card companies are saying, okay, well, they have this rewards card, and because they have this card, you accept that you're going to take this card, but we have to charge you a higher fee because he's got a rewards card.
Oh, they're probably going to pass that on to you, though.
I'm no. In the past, they're not allowed to.
Oh.
Now, with this settlement, the merchant could. So say you've got a cash back card, right? That cash back card might be 2% cash back.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, if the fee is normally 2% on all purchases that go to Visa or MasterCard, and it's another 2% cash back, Visa or MasterCard could say, well, you have to pay that. And so the merchants might say, oh, yeah, you know what? We're not going to take the cash back rewards cards. Well, what if I give you this one that doesn't have cash back rewards? Oh, yeah, we'll take that. Or they could say, we will take the cashback rewards card, but we're going to have to charge you an extra 4%.
So you're really not, you're getting cash back, but
yes.
In my language, you're really not getting cash back. Ramsey would say, that's dumb.
Well, yeah, it's all behind the scenes. You pay for it one way or another. According to the Wall Street Journal, more likely outcome is that people are going to start seeing more fees, according to analysts. Some merchants already tack on small fees when customers pay with a credit card instead of cash. You may have seen this. I have seen this at one of my favorite places. I think this is the case. I hate to say this wrong, but it's, I believe, at Filiberto's.
Really?
If you use a card, I think there's a charge.
We're going to get a dance here on the camera?
Hey!
That's beautiful. The YouTube viewers love it when you do your gorgeous dance.
Okay. So I believe that's one place that's charging. But you've seen it before where they go, well, I know Circle K will do this. They'll be like easy pay price, which is basically what, using their app. It's like 10 cents cheaper than if you use a credit card, right? So they're adding fees on there. Settlement would go a step further, though, allowing different surcharges depending on the category the card falls into. If you've got a no-frills credit card, for instance, that might come with a surcharge of 2.5% versus a rewards card that's, say, 3% or more. So if you just have a plain Jane card...
So you're getting punished for your rewards.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah. A settlement would require banks to add clear visual markers to cards to help consumers and merchants determine what category the card falls into, but that could take years to update. So based on your rewards, all of a sudden those rewards cards might go away.
So again, this is music to Dave Ramsey's ears, who would just say, Don't use the cards.
He'd say use a debit card.
Yeah, or cash.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is basically what a debit card is. You're only using the money that you have in the bank.
Yep.
Right. However, for those of us that like to get the little perks on the side.
But it sounds like they're kind of punishing you for your perks.
Well, that's what, yeah. In the past, the merchants have said we're being punished for the perks. And the credit card companies have said not our problem.
All right. But now they're allowing the merchants to pass on the punishment to you.
Boy, the credit card company, what a racket that is.
So is it really a perk?
No.
If you don't realize it anymore.
No, not really.
You kind of get it on the back end, but you're paying for it up front.
Those credit card companies, I mean, they get a percentage of every single transaction, billions a day.
Yes, they do.
Of transactions, and they get a cut of all of that.
Yeah.
And then if you miss a payment, if you're late, if you make your minimum payment, they get to charge you interest on your remaining balance. I mean, what a racket those credit card companies are.
If you declare bankruptcy, where's that cash?
Well, they're unsecured. They're hosed on that.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're unsecured.
So even if they send you to collections, they don't...
Yeah, they just harass you.
Hey, speaking of people who are struggling, Arizona families, they need your help. Join KTAR's Outspoken for Families in Need. Donate essential personal and household items for UMOM New Day Centers. Now through December 5th, KTAR is going to be at select Walgreens and collecting donations. Make a difference in someone's life. Text CARE to 620-620 for a list of most needed items and drop-off locations near you. Text CARE to 620-620.
You trust the people who flash the lights and rush to the scene until you hear a story that makes you wonder if everyone with a badge is really trying to protect and serve. Why one officer is making the Phoenix PD look bad. Again. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Imagine a holiday season without sneezing, sinus headaches, or watery eyes. Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help. Aspire has clinically proven treatments that meet your budget and lifestyle, so you're not locked into weekly allergy shots like with most allergists. And you may be close to meeting that healthcare deductible, so your visit could be covered. Don't let allergies or sinus issues ruin your holidays. Aspire can have you breathing easy in no time. Visit AspireAllergy.com to schedule your appointment today. That's AspireAllergy.com.
It's Gatos, and I've been telling you how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
And happy holidays!
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to celebrate the season at the 18th annual Toys for Tots two-person scramble at the Trilogy Golf Club at Vistancia, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses. Join us Saturday, December 14th for breakfast, golf, and our big raffle, all for just $135. Bring a toy for the kids and Santa stuffs your stocking with a coupon for another round of golf. Don't miss Bunker to Bunker's last tournament of the year. Space is limited. Register today at bunkergolf.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Last night, Scottsdale Unified School District parents and students asked the governing board to reconsider closing 2 schools. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer was there. She joins us now live from the News Center to explain what happened.
Yeah, Becky, the district is considering closing Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools due to low enrollment. Blair Wilkins has 2 kids at Echo Canyon and says it's hard for her children to think about their school closing. She says the district suggested parents move their kids to Tavon Elementary instead of Hopi, which is closer to Echo Canyon. She questions whether that's because Echo Canyon and Tavon are both Title I schools.
Title I designation never really meant anything to us, but once we were forced to kind of look beyond Echo Canyon, you start to hear and see and recognize what that means. And I think it was really the distinction between Hopi and Echo Canyon and then Tavon.
The final vote on the closures will be December 9th. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
President Trump is directing the Justice Department to investigate Democrats allegedly connected to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The post comes after House Democrats released emails from Epstein that mentioned Trump by name. ABC's Olivia Rubin has more.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has responded, saying that she has now assigned this investigation, and she says she's giving it to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. That is an office that is no stranger to the Jeffrey Epstein case. That is the same office that prosecuted Epstein's longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the same office that had brought charges against Jeffrey Epstein and was preparing to put him on trial when, of course, he died by suicide.
Are you thinking about bringing out the skis as the storms get closer? You might want to wait a week. Meteorologist Jorge Torres with our TV partners at ABC 15 tells Arizona's Morning News where there will be some chances of light snow.
Well, this storm won't really be a big-time snowmaker because it's a warmer-based storm. So snow levels will be right around 8,000 to 9,000 feet. That's good for the peak.
Back down here in the valley, we're expecting anywhere from a half inch to an inch of rain from this first system, and then a second system right behind is moving in Monday night, bringing more rain and below average temperatures. Now, Southern California is going to be awash for the next few days, stuck in an atmospheric river weather pattern that forecasters say could spark flooding and mudslides. ABC's Melissa Aiden is in Los Angeles and says communities affected by the wildfires earlier this year are at risk for more damage.
For those residents that are specifically in burn-scarred communities, there are evacuation warnings in place. So already city and county officials from here in Los Angeles County, over in Ventura County as well, have put out those evacuation warnings for folks to get out, if possible, ahead before anything gets worse.
right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's November 14th, and back on this day in 1851, Moby Dick was published in the U.S. Moby Dick, now considered a great classic of American literature, it contains one of the most famous opening lines in fiction.
Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long precisely.
Its author, Herman Melville, was born in New York City in 1819. As a young man, he spent time in the Merchant Marines, the U.S. Navy, and on a whaling ship in the South Seas. Melville's sixth book, Moby Dick, was first published in October of 1851 in London in 3 volumes titled The Whale. Melville died in 1891, largely forgotten by the literary world, but by the 1920s, scholars had rediscovered his work, particularly Moby Dick, which would eventually become a staple of high school reading lists across the U.S. And it all started when Moby Dick was published in the U.S., back on this day in 1851.
Let's get a look at your Friday traffic now. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, and good Friday afternoon, Becky Lynn. I want to start off, this is about the time of day on Fridays where folks head up to the high country. We've got a full closure of the Beeline Highway, State Route 87, I should say, just north of Fountain Hills Parkway, north of Fort McDowell Road there. And the northbound lanes are blocked. No estimated time of reopening. We'll keep an eye on this, but if you are headed out of town, you may think about the northbound I-17 over to the 260. I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but we'll keep an eye on the closure of the Beeline. Here in town, Scottsdale, southbound 101 Pima Freeway. We've got a crash that has 2 lanes open right there at Raintree, and we've got slowing as you come southbound into the Tempe Mesa area. And, of course, the westbound Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway. Slowing starts 32nd Street, gets heavy right there at the mini stack, right through downtown and then to the stack, and then moderate slowing out to the West Valley. Washington east of 35th Avenue, a crash there. 48th Street and Baseline, a crash there. And Thomas east of 35th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Dazzling, color-changing lights you control from your phone, backed by a real lifetime warranty. Schedule your free quote at aztrimlight.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Low tonight, 60 degrees with cloudy skies and then some light rain moving in by tomorrow afternoon, a high of 80. Much better chance Saturday night and Sunday of rain, 70 to 80%. And by Sunday, our high 71. It's 86 in Tempe right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Yeah, and streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel. Always a pleasure hanging out with you on the YouTube channel. And I believe we're all out of time. We'll do another traffic update with John Roller then.
Oh,
very good.
Yeah, jeez.
Holy cow.
He was very thorough.
Becky Lynn, do you have like a buzzer or something? Maybe we need one of those shock collars like you put on the dogs so that when Roller starts going, we can just kind of go.
Just,
yeah.
That would be a good idea. Yeah, but there was a lot. It's Friday.
There is a lot.
There was a lot. Yes.
We just like to give Roller a
He is a lot.
Behind the scenes, people don't see this.
We love him.
I genuinely love Roller, and Roller just bugs the hell out of Joe. And so Roller will come back into our office, and he and I will just start fooling around and stuff, and it drives Joe nuts. Well, not like he's doing anything other than playing casino video games over there anyway, but he drives him nuts.
He doesn't bother me when I'm playing the casino video games. He just has this knack for, I'll be dealing with the boss, I'll be trying to read for the show, I'll be getting schedules ready, and Roller will just waltz on in.
I know, I love it.
Hey, I need about 15 minutes of your time.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
He's probably hearing every bit of this. So.
He was typing me a message.
Oh, was he?
But he probably got distracted with getting another traffic report ready.
Well, he does have. Now that you've wasted all the time, it's about time again.
Yeah.
All right, we will get a check on traffic here in about another 6-7 minutes. I wanted to tell you this, Joe. There was a story that I saw popping about a Phoenix police officer. He got indicted by a grand jury. Aggravated assault and endangerment. The story is this. He was doing 50 over the speed limit, crashed into another vehicle. He was driving a marked patrol car back in March, and he crashed into another vehicle. 2 civilians and the officer were injured. The incident is one of the rare times that serious criminal charges have been filed against an on-duty officer in the city. Department says it's a serious matter, and they insist they're going to hold staff accountable. Now, sure they will. I will believe you when I see a cop pulled over by a cop. That's when I will believe that you are serious about it.
Well, I'll reserve judgment. I want to see what happens with this one. They haven't released the officer's name yet. And, I mean, you said 50 over. So we're talking, and this was on city streets. This was not on the highway.
Speed limit was 35, and he was doing somewhere between 86 and 89. So nearly 90 miles an hour in a 35.
I was going to say, we've got to be talking between 80 to 90 miles an hour here. And by the grace of God, everybody is alive from that accident.
Yeah.
You look at the officer's vehicle, and it rolled, and it looked to be in much worse shape than the other car that was at the scene that I saw.
Guess who gets to pay for that?
That would be us.
That's us. We get to pay for him driving like a maniac, the kind of maniac that they would have put in cuffs and hauled off, which, thank God, a grand jury said, yeah, you know what? You're going to get charged with this now.
I hear your rage over there, but what's your solution to this?
We need to make clear during all of the training and then beyond that you are an officer of the law. Your job is not only to enforce the law, but also to set an example of the law, which means that if you need to go beyond the speed limit, there needs to be an emergency. You need to have your lights on. And if that's the case, I will get out of your way, and I am happy to let you go because someone else needs your attention. If you are not headed to an emergency, and I cannot stand this argument of, well, they may have been headed somewhere urgent, then turn your lights on.
You were talking with Broomhead this morning about this, and he asked you about that.
Well, were they headed to someplace?
We don't know where they were going.
We don't know where. Whenever this happens, somebody always gives the same BS reason, right? It's always the department loves to say this, or somebody they go, well, they might have been headed somewhere very important, but they didn't need to go full lights and sirens. Well, then it doesn't mean it's urgent, because here's the deal: if it's urgent, an emergency, then you turn on your lights and sirens. Lights and sirens are for emergencies, and if it is not something that requires lights and sirens, then by definition, it is not an emergency.
So I'm with you, but I want to ask you a question, and don't come unglued when I ask you, because I'm
going to.
No,
you're going to say something that's going to just infuriate me.
Well,
I'm going to jump right across this table, and I'm going to choke you out. Go ahead. Try it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
That seems uncalled for.
Go on.
I agree with you for the most part, but what we don't know is Chris is wrapping his knuckles here for some reason here.
Ready?
What we don't know, perhaps the officer did have lights and sirens on, and perhaps he was approaching a scene, and then aren't there times where you also don't want to alert a suspect, so you don't want to keep lights and sirens on? Could there have been a reason why he or she, I guess, would have turned those lights and sirens off?
You can make up all kinds of excuses.
I'm saying theoretically, is that possible?
Here's my thing. You're driving a marked police car.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
It's not an unmarked car. If you're trying to sneak up on somebody, you don't do it in a giant car with reflective tape on it. Right? Well, we didn't want to alert the suspect that the police were on the way. Yeah, well, we didn't want to let them know that we were coming. Oh, yeah. You're SEAL Team 6 all of a sudden in your giant white car with reflective tape all over it, right?
Well,
no.
Driving 80 to 90 isn't very stealth, too. That kind of stands out.
Thank you. Absolutely. So that's why they're being charged here. It makes me crazy that we continue to say, well, we have to, well, we better. No. There are bad cops. This is why I have said before, the reason I like body cameras, right, is that body cameras, they protect good people from bad cops, and they protect good cops from bad lawyers, right? Write that down. You put that in Bartlett's Book of Quotes. I like that. All right? I believe most officers are good. I genuinely believe that. But I also believe that even good officers will defend bad officers because they're worried about the brand of the badge.
Okay.
And we see this happen all the time, right? We see it happen all the time. Where how many times have you been passed on the freeway by a cop without their lights and sirens on?
Lots.
Happens all the time. Where are they going?
Don't know.
Oh, probably trying to sneak up on somebody, right?
Maybe.
Is your job to protect and serve?
Yes.
If the job is to protect and serve, then what's the sneaking up on people? And if you have to have somebody sneaking up, then you should be having your unmarked and your SWAT teams and everything else sneaking up on people. This whole, well, they might have been going somewhere that they needed to go 50 over in a residential neighborhood. Not acceptable to me.
Judge Merrill, question for you.
Go on.
So this individual, let's presume that they are doing what you suspect they are accused of doing. Allegedly they were going 50 over and they've been indicted.
Yeah.
Do you throw the book at this individual
Absolutely.
for sullying the badge?
Absolutely.
Or do you give them some leniency because of the fact that they were an officer?
You got to make
What
an
if they have a
example.
spotless record other than this?
Well, that's great. But the thing is, you've been hired to uphold the law and set an example. And so in my mind, what you're saying is they don't have any other record, so that should be a mitigating factor. In my mind, the fact that...
And they're a cop. Like you said, they're sworn to protect and serve.
Quit arguing against yourself. Let me make this argument. You're trying to argue that they have a spotless record, so that should be a mitigating factor. What I'm saying is that they are officers, and so that is a complicating factor. And that there should be an enhancement because it's an officer that did something that harmed other people because of their egregious disregard for the law that we paid and trained them to uphold. And they should have to buy us all a brand new police car. There's no reason the taxpayer should have to pay for that because an officer did it. Now, again, they're entitled to innocence until proven guilty, due process, absolutely, all of those things. But if this plays out the way I think it's going to, then I think this is an example.
Eye on it.
And other officers, honest to God, need to hold each other accountable. How many times have you seen this in sports? You got a team, right? The team captain holds other people accountable. The team captain will get on the lineman or the power forward or the second baseman or whatever the sport is. They'll go, you got to get your act together. You got to pull your head out of your butt. You missed that play out there, and now we're behind in the fourth quarter inning.
And I think they do that privately, but I don't think they like to do that publicly.
Then the other officers need to be holding each other accountable in the locker room as well. You don't have to do it in the although I'd love to see a cop pulling over a cop for speeding. But you got to hold each other accountable and go, hey, man, I was on the street and I saw you come hauling past me. You're going to get us all in trouble if you keep that crap up.
I believe cops do that. I believe they do, behind the scenes, pull each other aside and say, hey, we expect better, we demand better, we need better. But publicly, they'll defend each other. I mean, how many times do you say...
I mean, I get that. I understand that.
How many times do you say, I do a great job on the show, and then we get done, and you're like, hey, got to do better, Joe. You were terrible today.
Oh, I think you know when I know. You know when you're terrible.
Yeah.
That's the one thing about you. You always have self-awareness after the fact.
The AZ Political Podcast is back with a new episode. Arizona GOP chair and now congressional candidate Gina Swoboda sits down with Jim Sharp to talk about the state of the Republican Party and her run for office. Watch the AZ Political Podcast on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, briefly.
Yeah.
We have another new podcast, too, that I know that
there's
we're putting together.
Reason I did not read that just now.
Okay, but I just wanted to make this. So Bruce St. James is doing another racing podcast.
I felt like it would be poor form to talk about racing right now.
I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
But what I think would be great is if they double book the studio. So
how so?
Well, like all of a sudden, Gina Swoboda comes in to talk with Jim Sharp, and she ends up on a racing podcast. I'd be interested in her take on
racing across the state.
Yeah, you know, restrictor plates, open wheel versus stock car. I'd be really interested in what she has to say about that.
Okay.
All right. So don't forget, you can also grab the Full Throttle Arizona podcast with Bruce St. James, streaming the KTAR YouTube channel as well. We're really we're giving you up a pretty good menu there on the YouTube channel.
Sure are.
Okay. Hey, you're walking past tents downtown. You see a cop. Sadly, you're not sure if that cop is there to help or to make things worse. Phoenix PD now has a new rule. Seems pretty obvious. But whether someone is going to follow this rule remains to be seen. What they're doing to try to protect and serve better is next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's the day's top story with Becky Lynn.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The White House says President Trump plans to ramp up his domestic travel and deliver speeches on the economy. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more.
We've seen the president float a whole number of ideas, including an idea of sending $2,000 dividend payments to Americans from the revenue that they generated from tariffs. You also mentioned this new deal that this administration has struck with a variety of South American countries. The point of that is to lower the costs of certain groceries like bananas and coffee. The administration doing that despite insisting for months that their tariff policy has not raised prices.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads now. John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Friday Drive is on. We've got a rolled over truck, a commercial truck, southbound 101, the Pima Freeway, right near Rain Tree Drive, and it was carrying hot asphalt, and it has dumped all over the roadway. So you're down to 2 lanes in Scottsdale. Heavy slowing coming southbound into Tempe. Also a full closure, State Route 87, the Beeline Highway, closed just north of Fort McDowell Road. The northbound lanes are closed. No estimated time of reopening. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here at KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight's low 60, tomorrow's high 80 with our chance of rain rolling in, and by Sunday we'll be around 71, and that chance of rain and storms continues. It's 87, though, right now in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hope you're having a great weekend. On Monday, we talk about the healthcare worker shortage with someone from the Greater Phoenix Chamber. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m.
I'm Chris. He's Joe. Shout out to Maryville. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the Chris and Joe Show in Maryville. You have heard the stories in the past. The Justice Department put out a report that said that the Phoenix Police Department had routinely stopped people just for being unhoused. Destroyed their property. The department is rolling out now a draft policy called Interacting with Individuals Experiencing Homelessness. So we have new policy within the Phoenix Police Department, Joe, for dealing with those that are homeless. And the policy is
don't bug the homeless.
Yeah, don't detain someone just for being homeless. Don't throw away homeless people's stuff.
Definitely don't toss their stuff. Yeah.
And then instead of giving them tickets for being homeless, you should try to get them some help. Isn't this what people on the left have been arguing for a long time, is that the people on the street need services, and the people on the right tend to say they have access to services, they're not taking advantage of them, and so now we have to use a heavier hand.
Well, the DOJ report that we got last year outlined a lot of this as well, said that the Phoenix cops were regularly stopping the homeless, oftentimes no justification. They were aggressively being cited for trespassing, and the cops are accused of regularly destroying their belongings with no due process.
So what's the difference then, I guess, between taking a heavier approach to homelessness,
meaning,
and harassment?
So a heavier approach meaning what?
You have to move now. Instead of, like, if you were to say a soft approach, you'd have an officer that would see someone who's homeless and they would say, what services do you need? How can I help you, right? Mm-hmm. Which others would say that's not a good use of police officer time. People on the left say this is why we need more resources. We need to have resource officers and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. People on the right say that's not the job of the police department, blah, blah, blah. But a soft approach would be, I see someone under the bridge. How you doing? Are you drinking? Do you need some help? Mm-hmm. Where can I get you a place to stay? A heavier-handed approach would be, hey, you can't be here. You're going to have to find somewhere else. Right.
Well,
versus, hey, Stabby Steve, let's see how far I can throw your shopping cart. Whee!
I definitely don't like that approach of let's see how far I can throw the shopping cart. But I don't like the other approach much either, because the soft-handed approach, I feel like, does not yield results either. I don't see homelessness being reduced in the Valley. We just saw the expose by the Arizona Republic a month or so ago that, okay, the zone might not be zoning anymore, but the homelessness across the valley is just more spread out, and it's as pervasive or worse than ever before. I still see it when I walk through parks in the evening. And I have to be honest, too, I don't feel like the soft-handed approach is getting the homeless the help that they need and that they deserve as well.
Let me toss this out at you, because I have a feeling I stereotype in a way that I probably shouldn't.
Why am I perceiving the people I see at night as homeless? Is that what you're going to ask?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we know why. I think we know.
I mean, I
when
see
we see
people
somebody that's
sleeping
homeless,
in
we know what
cars,
it is.
and it's 10 or 11 at night.
But so one of the things that I tend to do is I tend to think of homeless as like a block of permanent people. These are homeless, and they're not getting help. And yet, the fact is that someone who has a place to stay today might not have one tomorrow, but they get some services and they'll have one by next weekend.
Yeah.
So the actual individuals who are homeless rotate, although I tend to see the same people every day in my neighborhood. And so I feel like those are almost like permanent homeless people. And those are the ones I think that are eschewing any sort of services that are being offered.
Well, I agree with you on that. But I also feel like there is this issue where there's a percentage of the homeless who I'm not going to be real PC here. I'm going to say they are mentally too far gone. They do not even know they need help, but they need help.
Oh, either because of mental illness or addiction.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then there are also a number who are homeless who simply do not want to stay in a shelter. They could have been abused there. They don't want to be restricted. They don't want to have to stay enclosed at night. Follow the rules. Doesn't necessarily mean they're doing drugs or addicted or anything.
But do they want to get off the street? Because I do think a huge percentage of people genuinely want to get off the street, and those are the people that are homeless today but have a place tomorrow. Those are the ones that need the services and the softer approach.
I think they do. I think they want to get off the street, but they don't want to be in the shelter. They want their own place. And I would love them to have their own place, but it's like we have a system that we follow. It's not like we just go out to the homeless and say, hey, guess what? We've got an apartment for 100 of you right now. I am guessing a number of homeless individuals would say, sure, great, sign me up. But they don't sign up for the shelter.
It does seem obvious, though, that harassing the homeless people by the police is definitely not the right way to go. So now we actually have a policy that says don't harass homeless people. Okay. Well, I'm glad that we had to have a written policy for that.
Hey, struggling Arizona families need your help. Chris and I just talking about a number of them. Join KTAR's Outspoken for Families in Need by donating essential personal and household items for UMOM New Day Centers. Love that organization. Now through December 5th, KTAR is going to select Walgreens locations collecting donations. Tomorrow, we'll be at 16th Street and Northern, and the location there. Text CARE to 620-620 for a list of most needed items and drop-off locations near you. That's CARE to 620-620.
Some psychologists recommend facing your fears to overcome your phobias. Others just want you to book more sessions, at least as many as your insurance is going to pay for before you could be cured. You're going to find out if one person's fight or flight response is enough to save his own life. That's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, your house trying to tell you something. So you better listen up. Those drafty windows rattling every time the wind blows. Those thin old single panes that let you hear everything going on outside and lets everybody outside hear what's going on inside. We have rain headed this weekend. You're going to find out just how well insulated those windows are. And if they're not, you got to get with Advanced Window Products. Nobody better in the Valley because they're in the Valley. These are not some national company that has salespeople all over the place. Advanced Window Products is running their Black Friday sale all November long, where you buy 10 windows or more and you snag the biggest discount of the year, $3,500 off. And as a present, that would make a beautiful one under the tree. At Advanced Window Products, they build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee those windows for life. There's no middleman. There's no markups. There's no subcontractors who are ghosting you, and they use Cardinal Glass, also made right here in the Valley. Nobody knows our climate better than Advanced Window Products. Stop ignoring your house. It deserves better. You deserve better. Call 480-764-2002. Made in the Valley, for the Valley. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 or advancedwindows.com.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. They just did what we did to start this year at Casa Galvisi. Got a brand new AC system from day and night. Air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I cannot tell you, by the way, how much cheaper our summer AC bills were. 30 to 40%. That made it a double ding. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? It's been many months. Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $69. Only $69 to make sure. Think about it. Your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain the manufacturer's warranty. Only $69 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC heating and plumbing appointments 24/7 online at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 43 years and how that difference really is. Day and night at dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An Iraq War veteran and Purple Heart recipient living in Arizona was reportedly deported this week, but it's unclear to where. Former state senator Raquel Terán calls it un-American to deport a war hero like Jose Barco.
Who gets the Purple Hearts? The people who are heroes at war. Those are the people who get Purple Hearts, and we are deported them. What are we doing?
She's asking the Department of Homeland Security to review his case so he can come home to his family. KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation. It's probably costing you a little bit more to fill up your tank than just a year ago. Prices, though, are starting to fall just in the nick of time.
The statewide average is around $3.36 for a gallon of gas, up 19 cents from a year ago, according to Gas Buddy. That's one of the biggest jumps in the country. Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says refinery issues are mostly to blame, but there is some good news ahead of the holiday travel season.
Average gas price in Arizona down 11 cents a gallon in the last month, and more declines are likely coming so long as there aren't new refining issues.
He expects gas prices to fall almost on a daily basis for a total of 15 to 25 cents over the next 4 weeks. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Or could it be an alien spacecraft? 3I Atlas is a 3.1-mile-long interstellar object that was discovered in July. And Avi Loeb, a professor of science at Harvard University, tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos we still can't be sure.
That we will be able to observe it a lot with hundreds of telescopes on Earth, also space telescopes. We can then figure it out based on the data that we get.
The object will be closest to Earth on December 19th. Let's take a look at the roads now. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Couple of spots where you're going to have to take a deep breath and find a happy spot because we've got heavy slowing coming eastbound on the I-10 right at Riggs Road. We've got a crash on State Route 347, and that is backing you up all the way back to the I-10, back to North Scottsdale we go, where we've got an overturned commercial truck that is blocking all the left lanes. Southbound 101 Pima Freeway right at Raintree. It's left behind a whole bunch of asphalt in the road. You're only getting by on the right side. And we have a full closure this afternoon. The Beeline Highway, State Route 87, just north of Fort McDowell Road. Northbound lanes fully closed, no estimated time of reopening. Traffic is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. With the real estate market starting to shift, you could finally buy a home. Save thousands on a mortgage that fits your family's needs. Visit lundmortgage.com today. John Roller, KTAR News.
Getting ready for a wet weekend and a cooler one, too. Tomorrow's high 80, but that chance of rain is 20% in the afternoon and up to 80% in the evening. A 70% chance of Sunday rain as we cool to 71 and 72 on Monday. It's 88 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and foreclosures are surging 20% as Americans struggle to pay their mortgage. Are you worried? We're back in 2008. We'll talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, 4 o'clock.
Chris and Joe show, and every day, right at this time, we touch on the other big headlines and we ask life's most important questions. Chris, what do you like to say?
Particularly rainbow.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Thanks for covering for me.
Oh, you weren't here?
I was in the little boys' room.
It's all good. I got you.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Residents near Mesa reporting a bee swarm inside a moving car triggering a crash on a city street. The driver swerved to avoid the buzzing cloud and ended up colliding with another vehicle. Joe, how do you handle a bee in your fancy new car?
I keep it out. I tell it to buzz off. Yeah, Becky Lynn, I tell it to buzz right off. I've yet to have this encounter, Chris. I have not had any bee in my... No, that's the truth. I've had no bee in my car. How would I handle a bee?
Yes.
I don't know. I'd probably panic. I'd
call it to buzz off.
I'd call you. I don't know.
Get one.
What is the correct answer?
I don't know. Do you roll them? Do you stay calm?
Doubtful.
Do you panic?
No, I'd probably...
cause an accident?
Probably put the windows down and give it the...
Shoot.
Yeah, to get out of here.
Shoot.
Yeah.
All right.
What I usually give Roller.
Get out of here.
Go away.
Skedaddle.
Take your Ohio and go elsewhere.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Fella.
Uh-huh. I can't remember the last time I had a bee in my car.
Well, this is a whole swarm in Mesa.
I wouldn't really... A swarm of them, I would panic. One, I would be able to give it the old
What if it's flying by your face? That's what I hate, is when all of a sudden you see the bee in the car. Or oftentimes it's actually a wasp that looks like a bee. Mm-hmm. Like the yellow jackets. That's a wasp.
Not good.
No, and then if you see that buzzing around your face, then you can't help but to start dodging back and forth, right?
That thing would definitely sting me.
I hate that.
When's the last time you were stung?
Oh, good question. It's been 3 years now.
Wow. Recent for you.
I was dumb.
That shocks me.
No, I was at my folks' place, and he's got a bunch of trees. Pops does in the backyard. So periodic, they die. He's got a wooded backyard, and so we try to thin out the dead ones. Accidentally, yeah. So I started cutting down this tree that was rotting. I had the chainsaw into it, and all of a sudden, ow! Ooh, I got stung. Ooh.
Oh boy!
And I kind of step away, and I'm like, oh, bee got me. Ow. Dumb bee, And I go, okay, back at it. And then I started going at it again, And then I got stuck again. And then I realized, oh, dummy, the nest is in the tree.
Oh, my goodness.
So that tree stood up for another year, and then nature knocked it down the next spring. But it was my own fault. Like, I thought I just randomly got stung by a bee. I didn't realize that I was chainsawing through a hive.
You were just destroying their habitat.
I absolutely
2 of them made
was.
you pay for it.
You ever find them underground?
No.
So there's a lot of hives underground, and I have run into that more than once.
No, you know my attitude is do as little as like I do.
Nature
the
is
bare
bad.
minimum. Nature. I've tried to interact with it. I had eaves on my house, and I had to put up some like chicken wire to keep pigeons from getting in the corners.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, those pigeons. Not fun.
like
Like
those
I just don't like to deal with this kind of stuff.
All right.
No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
The McRib is back for a limited time at McDonald's, Chris. The iconic sandwich. I've actually only tried a bite of one of these ever.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. It's back at most McDonald's stores in the U.S. If you could bring back, now, a menu item or a restaurant, I'm going to let you go either or here.
Okay.
So either menu item or an entire restaurant from the grave, what would you resurrect?
Bennigan's.
Oh, nice.
Were there Bennigans here? We had them in the Midwest.
I remember the name. I don't think there were here.
There was one in Topeka.
Huh.
My wife and I used to go to.
Uh-huh.
And they had a sandwich called a Monte Cristo. Now, you catch Monte Cristos elsewhere.
Arizona may have. I think we did.
Okay. So the Monte Cristo is a sandwich where you're basically deep frying or you're using kind of like a French toast sort of thing, and you're putting ham and turkey and cheese inside this French toast bread.
Mm-hmm.
But then Benihana would also deep fry it. And it was, I think that the dish was over 2,000 calories alone.
Ooh.
God, it was so good, though.
I have a Bennigan's update for you.
Okay, go on.
Arizona didn't have them in the 2000s. Last one closed. This says the chain closed it. Oh, boy, this is Google AI for you.
Oh, no. Do I need to bing it for you?
Help me decipher here. Bennigan's did not have locations in Arizona during the 2000s, as the chain closed its last location in the state around 2008. Thank you, Google AI. And then it does say a new Bennigan's on the fly location is looking at opening up in Peoria, Arizona.
Oh.
So
okay.
I don't know what I can believe out of this. I thought there were Bennigan's here. But now it says we didn't have them in the 2000s because the last one closed in 2008. Love that AI.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any. I'm at I didn't realize Bennigan's was, I thought they went bankrupt. They're still Bennigan's, though. But I'm not seeing any in Arizona. No on the flies in Arizona either. Yeah. Oh, I love that Bennigan's.
Bennigan's did have locations in Arizona. They disappeared around 2008 due to the chain's bankruptcy and restructuring.
Okay.
The last location in Arizona was in Tucson, and it opened in 2003.
Okay.
I will trust that answer, Google.
I love the Bennigan. I like the Bennigan's. I know it was kind of
I'd go with...
wasn't there? Didn't Ryan Reynolds have a movie about that? Shenanigans?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I would go with another Midwestern staple, Bill Knapp's.
I think that was only in like Michigan and Ohio.
So there were a few other states that had it. I know Illinois had them for sure.
Okay.
And I think maybe a couple other states. But Bill Knapp's chocolate cake definitely left the Midwest. I know some are familiar with that.
That was exported?
Yeah. But I'm talking the restaurant. I was not a big fan of the chocolate cake, but the restaurant. So good. All the offerings from the...
See, and I only went there. It was an hour drive from my house. I only went there for my birthday because I got free chocolate cake. My parents took me when I was little. And
the burger was phenomenal. The fried chicken, good.
See, and for me, it was all just old people food.
They had this thing called like the 3 Cheese Supreme.
Yeah.
So good.
Just felt like old people food to me.
Well, maybe as a child, I liked old people food.
That's on brand for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's consistency there.
Thank you.
If you tried to fly in the last couple of weeks, you know what a confusing and tense experience that has been. Is your flight going to be canceled? Are you going to make your connection? Will Hudson News have any chocolate-covered pretzels left by the time you get to your gate? Important stuff. But there is nothing worse than having your ducks in a row only to find out other goobers in the TSA line don't seem to understand the first thing about how it works. The worst examples at Sky Harbor are next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, suppose that you're out there looking for your dream home, and pickings are a little slim. Let's face it, there's a lot of people like Joe that are sitting on his good mortgage and they don't want to sell their houses. Selfish, I get it. But let's suppose that somebody decides, yep, it is time to move. That house hits the market. You better act fast. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you buy your new home now, like right now, and you deal with selling the old one later. There's no showings. You don't have any awkward scheduling. There's no, you need to leave for 4 hours while strangers rifle through your underwear drawer. Orchard fronts you the cash to move into your new place first. And then their team swoops in. They fix up your old home, and they get it sold for top dollar. You get the upgrade, and you get the payday, like having your cake and eating it, too. Where do you start? Well, you call an Orchard Pro. Or simply find out how much your home is worth by going to Orchard.com for a free valuation. That's easy. Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
It's Gatos. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel old. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 years old again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. Lose the dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for an additional $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. President Trump has signed an executive order dropping import tariffs on beef, coffee, tropical fruits, and other products as prices have continued to rise. The president has been very vocal in recent weeks, claiming prices have been falling while blaming higher costs on policies enacted by the Biden administration. Many experts insist higher food prices are directly related to the president's tariff policies. Again, President Trump has signed an executive order exempting a number of food items from import tariffs. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, you can go to KTAR.com. Let's check traffic now. We go to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, busy Friday afternoon. We've got a new crash southbound I-17 just south of Union Hills. We've got slowing as you come southbound from the North Stack, and we still have that rolled over truck that dumped a bunch of asphalt that's blocking the left lane, southbound 101 Pima Freeway, right near Raintree. And surface streets, they're still busy. 63rd Avenue and Bell Road. A crash in Maricopa this afternoon, southbound State Route 347 near Riggs Road, and a down motorcycle, 35th Avenue and Baseline. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Broomhead. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
This can be a very difficult time. At Revival Psychiatry, we understand and want you to know that you are not alone. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. There are some important numbers due out that we may actually never see. We'll talk about it on Money Monday right here on KTAR and the KTAR YouTube channel with Jim Sharp and me.
And you will be able to watch the very attractive Bruce St. James on the KTAR News YouTube channel as well when the show Outspoken with Bruce St. James Agatos comes on the air at 4 o'clock.
I want to warn people ahead of time that I think you oversold my good looks. So if you do log into the YouTube channel, manage expectations.
You got all your hair. You got that handsome midlife scruff.
Really?
Going on. Yeah. You're looking good.
His watch game is always on point. He advertises that on the Instagram.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the new Hamilton watch on today, the new Call of Duty watch, because today is Call of Duty Day.
See? You learned something.
New Call of Duty came.
This is why we watch you on YouTube. You learn something.
I mean, you're lucky I even showed up.
You fly a lot, and I wanted to get with you on this one. Yeah. TSA intercepted a record 8,000 firearms U.S. airports this year. 93% of them were loaded.
Yeah.
Multiple attempts at Sky Harbor as well, obviously.
Yeah, happens all the time.
Agency says the numbers are climbing even fewer as fewer people are traveling, but the numbers of people carrying are going up. You ever bring something through TSA that you shouldn't have?
Okay, I'm going to answer that question.
That's a yes.
Okay, I like this.
But I'll remind you that the TSA's own audits they do when they send people to try to sneak stuff past them, the TSA only catches around 10%.
Ouch.
So keep that in mind. If they got 8,000 guns, how many got past?
80,000. Math on the radio.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, 72,000 got passed out of the 80,000.
I was going through one day, and the guy pulled me aside, and there was a cop there, and he said, "You have a magazine in your thing." And I go, "What magazine do I have?" Wait, I had a
Road and Track?
And I had an actual magazine from a clip, basically, from a gun.
Oh, interesting.
And I said, "Okay." And they go, "Well, you can't have that." And I go, "Well, I don't have there's no gun."
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Throw this at somebody? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to surrender it.
Did it have ammunition in it? Or
No.
Was it was just a part.
It was a part to a gun that I did not have with me.
Interesting.
I left it there. I did think they found one bullet. There was like one bullet there too, and they go, "I can't have a bullet." And I go, "Oh yeah, I'm definitely throwing that at somebody."
Yeah.
I got a good arm.
Well, I understand you can't have a bullet because if you were, I don't know, working with somebody else, like a whatever. I mean, I get that. But the
I think it's all
magazine-
ridiculous. But yeah, so
That
yeah,
strikes
I had a
me as
magazine.
odd.
I'm like, "What magazine?" I'm like, "Do I have a dirty magazine in there?"
Right.
What magazine are we talking about? What Time?
Yeah.
Newsweek?
Right.
What, Rolling Stone? What magazine?
Yeah, highlights for
What
children.
am I not allowed to
Weird.
bring on an airplane these days? What do you feel doing? So yeah, I got a little bit of trouble, but I'm good now.
Well, yeah. I mean, you didn't do any time for it.
I didn't do time. No.
Did you have to replace that magazine though?
I did. Well, they took it.
How much was that?
I don't know.
$30?
Yeah,
I don't
30,
know how
40
much-
bucks, I
okay.
know, for probably one of those.
They throw it in the trash, or do
I'm
they
sure the cop
auction it
took
off or
He
something?
takes it and puts it in
So
pocket.
it's funny you say that because I, two travels ago, when I'm home, I always carry a pocket knife because I'm always doing yard work, right? So I had this pocket knife and I checked my bag and I'm headed to the gate and I'm on my way and I brush against it in my pocket and I went, oh man, I got a knife. And my father said to throw so many of these away because he always carries knives and he never remembers So I walked right up to him, and I kind of held it out in front of me like, hey, I have a knife. I just want everyone to see I'm surrendering to you. And I said, hey, look, I haven't.
Just put it in your bag. It'll get through.
But my bag was already
9 times out of 10.
I already checked my bag. I didn't have any other bag.
Oh, okay.
So I said, look, and it was one that just takes a razor blade in it. And I said, can I just throw the blade away and just keep the mechanism? Nope.
Yeah, no, you might throw that at somebody.
Yeah, and I said, all right. Well.
I'll remind you that on airplanes, if you do get to sit in the up front, they do serve you with metal silverware, knives,
of course
forks,
they do.
and spoons. They got away from the metal for a while. It was only plastic, for safety. We're back to metal silverware.
That didn't go over very well with the people that paid $1,000 for that seat.
I need to cut my steak.
Yeah.
Okay, and I can't cut it with a plastic fork.
Right.
So they take away your pocket knife and then give you a knife on the plane.
Steak knife.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Well, you're not asking for consistency, are you?
Look, it's all performative.
It is performative art. It's to make people feel better about flying.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with safety.
Meanwhile, I tried to give that knife to one at TSA. I go, look, I would rather give it to you than throw it away. I mean, if I can't take it on there, they were like, no, you have to throw it away. And I said, look, can't you just take it? And they go, that's a bribe. We can't do that.
You have time. They confiscate alcohol all the time.
Yeah.
People trying to bring bottles of wine or, whatever.
Yeah,
You can't bring alcohol. It's more than whatever ounces. And TSA people were taking the alcohol home.
Yeah.
Because it was in the confiscated
The lost
storage
and found,
locker.
yeah.
So the TSA said, we can't have that.
Yeah.
They can't sell it at auction because they don't have a liquor license.
Oh, this is great.
So they pay
Which is granted by the
company to come and confiscate the alcohol and take it away. That's your government for you.
Oh, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. They have to pay for someone to come take the booze.
What do you have going on 4 o'clock?
I have the foggiest idea. I really should go to the meetings. Former Congressman Matt Salmon is in for Gatos today.
Oh, he'll carry it. You're good.
Without a doubt. No, and I have a question. And he's done his tours in Congress, multiple tours. I want to ask him about the political calculations that certain Republican congressmen are making as we speak on how they'll vote on releasing the Epstein files. And what is that process like for them? I'm curious.
Especially the ones certain Republican congressmen who may also be certain gubernatorial candidates.
Well, but also ones that have been banging the drum going, release the files. Okay, we're going to release them. Well, I'm not going to vote for that. Like, how do you square the circle?
Great question. Love this. Outspoke with Bruce St. James and Gatos with former Representative Matt Salmon in today. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again Monday, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Celebrate the holiday season with Howard Air and Plumbing with Black Friday happening all month long. For a limited time, save up to $6,900 in combined rebates and tax credits on brand new systems from Trane. Get 0% financing on approved credit. Also, keep your system running strong this season with a heating and cooling system service. Now only $99 when you mention Gatos. 602-953-2766. Schedule online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, military Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetothecause.com.
Sanderson, Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon, President Trump has signed an executive order dropping import tariffs on beef, coffee, tropical fruits, and other products as prices have continued to rise. The president's been very vocal in recent weeks, claiming prices have been falling, while blaming higher costs on policies enacted by the Biden administration. Many experts insist higher food prices are directly related to the president's tariff policies. The Federal Aviation Administration said today it's rolling back some of its restrictions on commercial flights at 40 major U.S. airports that have been in place since November 7th. The agency says the mandatory 6% flight cuts are now being downgraded to 3% starting tomorrow morning.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An Iraq war veteran living in Arizona was deported this week. It's unclear where he's been deported to. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the story.
Jose Barco received a Purple Heart after he rescued fellow soldiers during an IED attack in Iraq. Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, says war heroes don't deserve to be deported.
The way it's been described by the other soldiers who were there is that Jose was on fire as he lifted this truck off of his fellow soldiers and dragged them to safety.
Reyes says Barco was detained on Veterans Day and taken to ICE detention in Florence. They hope he's been deported to Mexico, where he has access to VA medical assistance, but fear he could be in Cuba or Venezuela. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation.
Eyes on Education.
Parents and children in Scottsdale gathered last night to oppose the closure of Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools. The Scottsdale Unified School District hearing allowed residents to speak to the board, and that included Arizona Representative Matt Gress, who says he's looking for alternative options.
It appears that there was one option, which is just closure, versus redesign, consolidation, selling buildings, leasing properties to keep schools intact.
The final vote's scheduled for December 9th. If you'd like more education solution stories, we have them at KTAR.com/education. A rainy weekend's in store for the state. The Valley's expecting anywhere from a half inch to an inch of rain and a slight chance of snow in the most northern parts of Arizona. Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says storm damages should be minimal.
There could be some rumbles of thunder, but we're not looking for any storms that are going to cause any winds or anything like that. So it's generally just going to be a fairly quiet weather event with just rain showers.
A second system moves in on Monday night, bringing below average temperatures as well. The number of Arizona cases of botulism connected to a recalled infant formula has grown now to 3. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say those are among a total of 23 cases from around the country that have been linked to the By Heart whole nutrition products that have been recalled. A Flagstaff couple recently filed a lawsuit against the manufacturer after their 4-month-old daughter had to be flown to a hospital for treatment. Let's check on those Friday roads now and get you home. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. A rough go in Scottsdale. We are still dealing with that rolled over commercial vehicle which left behind asphalt in the roads. And this is southbound 101, the Pima Freeway, right near Rain Tree. And you are backed up as you come around the curve there, right at Princess Drive. And not far from there, this just now coming in, Hayden and Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard. So it's a very rough commute on this Friday afternoon. Southbound Scottsdale Road, people are using that as an alternate, but still heavy slow and go in that area. And a serious crash in Glendale, 63rd Avenue and Bell Road. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. Choose America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight, 60. Tomorrow, a high of 80 with that chance of rain moving in, especially Saturday night and on into Sunday. And our high on Sunday, 71, 72 Monday, and that rain may continue into about midway next week. It's 88 in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Outspoken. Bruce and Gatos. Hour #1. The hour that a lot of people say is the best of the hours. In for Gatos today is one Matt Salmon. Thanks for being here today, Matt.
Great to be here, Bruce.
All righty. So, you know what? It's interesting, and I do feel the need to kind of remind people. I want to make sure not everybody knows your background. You served 2 tours in Congress.
2
different times. You've been
a total of 10 years.
10 years in Washington, D.C. And so I love it when you're in here because I get to ask questions like the behind the curtain stuff, the things that we don't see. And I have a question for you. So the Epstein story is kind of the story in D.C. right now. And now that the shutdown's over, it might be a fair way to put it, right? It's jumped back up to the top. And I think I learned a new term, discharge petition. Right. Learned a new term. That was not in Schoolhouse Rock. So I did
it was not in Schoolhouse Rock.
I never brought it. It doesn't rhyme with anything, probably, is one of the problems. But apparently, we are going to have a vote in the House of Representatives on, quote unquote, releasing the Epstein files.
Probably within the next week or 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
because just let me explain.
Again, because I'm trying to understand it all.
So there are 435 members of the U.S. House.
That I knew.
So if a majority, 218, sign a discharge petition, it forces the House to vote on
it forces the Speaker, even if he didn't want to vote on it.
Correct.
Which, by the way, he obviously didn't want to vote on it, right?
That's exactly
But now
right.
there's 218, which means a few Republicans cross the aisle.
Yeah, I think about 4.
That's all it takes because it's a very narrow margin, right?
Right.
But now when a vote comes up to release it, there are whisperings, inklings, and talks that a lot more Republicans might actually vote to release the Epstein files than signed the petition. Is that fair?
I think that's true. I think you're going to see a larger number of people.
And so here's my question. Help me understand why. Help me understand the political calculation. And we don't have to talk about a specific politician because I don't think it's is relevant.
Right.
You have Republican blank representing the great state of wherever and district, who cares? They did not sign the petition.
Right.
Nope. But they're planning on voting yes on releasing the files.
Sure.
What is that calculation? What are they going through?
So look, let's talk about what's going to happen after all is said and done.
Oh.
Okay. The House will vote on it, and given the fact that they have 218, it will pass the House.
It'll pass.
It will pass the House.
As a piece of legislation.
The piece of legislation. And then it will go to the Senate,
right?
Where you may find 1 or 2 Republicans that join with Democrats, but
that's
when
not
you talk
enough.
about cloture, again, cloture applies because the discharge petition doesn't really apply to the Senate vote.
Got it. So
Just
they
the
need
House.
60 votes in the Senate?
They need 60 votes in the Senate, and that's not going to happen.
You can barely get 60 votes in the Senate to vote that it's Friday.
Right, exactly. Or that the sun is out.
Right.
So the likelihood that it's going to get through the Senate is pretty slim.
And let's say it did, some crazy thing.
Let's say it did, for the sake of argument. Then Trump has to sign it into law, and that ain't going to happen.
And you don't think that'll happen
I
either?
don't think that's going to happen.
Really? Interesting. Because, again...
the reason I bring that up, Bruce, is because the real push was on not ever having the vote in the first place.
Not having to be on the record as what side of the fence are you on this.
But now that it's actually going to come up for a vote, I think all bets are off.
Yeah. I'm very cynical when it comes to our elected representatives. I think that
As you should be.
they exist only to get reelected, is what I believe until I'm proven different. So are they running through the calculations? Because apparently all the Democrats are going to vote for it because it makes Trump, they think it makes Trump look bad.
Right.
But Republicans voting for it, they're like, they got their finger up to the breeze going, well, what do my voters think?
There may be a couple of them that are actually motivated by what they believe is a sense of what's right.
Okay.
But
those are few and far between.
The fact is, most of them, yes, are licking their finger and putting it to the wind.
Yeah.
And there are still a lot of MAGA people, and that's why both Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene are two of the
They're on the side of
they signed the
petition.
Right.
They joined with the Democrats.
Vote. Right.
Yeah. So you at least got 2 votes there, probably.
Right. You at least got 2 votes there. But
although Trump did call Boebert into the Situation Room to try to lean on her, right?
And she kind of changed her story throughout the day. First saying, well, he didn't really pressure me, and then later on kind of acknowledging that maybe he did pressure a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Trump doesn't want this vote to happen because he just wants it to go away.
Right, doesn't like that people are talking about
because he knows that it's not going to go the distance, and because ultimately he has to sign it, and I don't believe. And
you don't think that MAGA world will hold him responsible for running on releasing the files, for the MAGA world talking about the Epstein files for the last 4 years,
right?
Demanding its release,
including his head of the FBI,
right?
Kash
Demanding
Patel.
it day one,
yeah,
right,
exactly.
And now they're all just going to pretend this isn't really happening,
right? And Pam Bondi, having said a couple of months ago that when asked about the all of the stuff regarding Epstein, it's all on my desk for review right now,
right?
And then suddenly
can't find it.
There's no list,
nothing there.
But the list was there, but now it's not.
There's no there.
So crazy.
Yeah, I think of it as, and again, I use the term political calculations.
There's still a large segment of MAGA world that really, really do want that information public. As you mentioned rightly so, it was an issue that Trump campaigned
It's a campaign
on.
issue.
It was an issue that, Kash Patel, brought up numerous times.
Well, I've always believed when it comes to this, because I am not, I'm agnostic on the Epstein files.
Right.
Okay? I am. But I've always believed that the only reason people were fervently for its release is because they thought
the other side
hurt their political enemies more. The people they hate more were going to be hurt by it, and therefore they want it released.
But there's a large segment of people out there that, like yourself, are maybe politically agnostic, but they consider themselves MAGA, but it is a big deal to them.
Really?
And it not because it hurts the other side more than their side, because they really hate the idea of these pedophile rings. Yeah.
Well, we had a conversation yesterday, and yesterday was a big day kind of in the Epstein world, I guess you would call it. But, I think it's important to point out that outside of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, his girlfriend, partner, co-conspirator, groomer, convicted felon as well.
Right.
No one else has even been charged. With having sex with underage girls. And Epstein and Maxwell bragged about the fact that they were bringing people, that this was kind of a ring they were running. It wasn't all for them.
He talked about the fact that he used that information as leverage to get other things that he wanted.
He wanted to bribe people.
Right.
He wanted to have stuff
Blackmail
on them,
people.
right?
Right.
But how come none of those people have been called to account?
That's
what to me is frustrating.
Disturbing to me.
Yeah. We know there's victims.
Right.
I heard some number. They said there could be up to 1,000 victims.
And it breaks your heart.
From Epstein over the course of, 15 years or so.
Right.
Where are the Johns, for lack of better terms?
No,
right?
I think that's a really, really valid question. And it makes you wonder if power and prestige are buying their way out of this thing.
Well, you'd be hard pressed to argue it's not.
Right.
I mean, just looking at the facts from the outside. Again,
Right.
even if you were Epstein agnostic, you'd look at this and go, okay, yeah, good. Those guys should have gone to jail. Epstein and Maxwell, bury them under the jail, 100%.
Right.
Ran a pedophile ring, raped underage girls, 100%.
But
they weren't the only ones.
But anybody along the way that had sex with an underage girl should be prosecuted for pedophilia.
I put it this way: he wasn't
or
alone on that
statutory rape.
island. He wasn't alone on those planes.
Right.
There was a group of people who multiple times
and to refer to it as some kind of a hoax. The fact is, this has all been documented.
Right. Well, there's people who have gone to jail for it. How can it be a hoax?
Exactly. And Epstein.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, don't believe that he committed suicide either.
Right. Well, remember, anytime Trump calls something a hoax, it's a metaphysical certitude that it's real, okay? He only calls things hoaxes that he really wishes you didn't want to believe, right?
Yeah.
That is no doubt easily provable. All right. Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. And, hey, we got to do ourselves a little bit of a shout-out to everyone listening in Carefree. Beautiful Carefree.
Hey, Carefree.
All the Carefreeans.
Ran over a really big rattlesnake in Carefree once.
Okay, there you go. Okay, that was Salmon did that to your pet rattlesnake there. Keep that in mind.
It was an accident.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Shout out to Carefree. Up next, Kyler Murray may not be the only Valley quarterback on the move. We're going to talk about it. Matt Salmon in for Gatos. What's up next here? Outspoken on KTAR.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop Stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Apple iPhone users can now use digital IDs at 250 airports across the U.S. ABC's Mike Dubusky explains how it works.
You get your actual physical passport, you get out your phone, you take a picture of the front little photo page, and then you also scan the chip that's in the back of the passport. And then you also have to take a selfie so Apple can actually make sure that you're the one trying to upload this digital ID, as it's known, to the Apple Wallet app.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, very busy Friday afternoon. We've got a new crash eastbound I-10. This is right near Ray Road as you head to the Ahwatukee area, and your heavy slowing starts at Elliott Road. Still dealing with that rolled over commercial vehicle in Scottsdale, southbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway. This happened right at Raintree. You are still only getting by on the right side, and we have a crash in Scottsdale, Hayden and Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard, and again, we do have the full closure of State Route 87, the Beeline Highway, just north of Fort McDowell Road. John Roller, KTAR News, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, appreciate it, Roller. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. All right, we're going to be talking a little bit of football, but I also want to remind you, you know what, are we giving away cards tickets? No, we're done. We've given them away. Okay, just double checking. Just want to make sure. Goodness knows that I screw things up. So, where did you
I'll
go?
punch anybody in the nose that
Thank
says
you.
so,
I appreciate
too.
that. Matt Salmon in for Gatos. Where did you go to college?
I actually got my bachelor's from ASU and my master's from BYU.
Okay, so there you have it. But I know that you're a bit of a college sports fan as well.
Oh, absolutely. How could you not be?
Right? Although you say, how could you not be? I think more and more people are souring on the idea, and I got an example. You ready?
Yeah.
Now, I went to U of A, so I'm going to do this without
no pity for the
gleefully enjoying ASU's demise, possible demise. But according to our good friends at Arizona Sports, our neighbors next door here, our sister station,
They're saying there's a good chance of him being poached.
Kevin Zimmerman,
right?
ASU quarterback Sam Levitt, who has been injured,
right?
He
comes back in December, right?
Right, but after the season,
he could
it
get
is
poached.
rumored that he could follow me, be paid more money to go to another school,
or he could go right into the NFL,
or he could go to the NFL. Although he might make more money in college football.
Maybe
might be an easier gig for another year.
Yeah,
right?
might be
an easier gig, and I'm still not comfortable with it. The idea that college athletes are basically professional football players, right? But unlike the NFL, they don't sign contracts with the team. Everything is on a year-to-year basis, and at the end of the year, you can go anywhere you want to, whoever wants to pay you the most.
I think it's going to evolve over time, don't you?
What do you mean?
The whole name, image, and likeness thing changed the dynamics for everything. Literally. Changed the dynamics for everything in college sports. And I think it's one of those things that's going to continue to evolve.
Evolve better or evolve worse?
Well, depends on your frame of reference.
Well, I mean, if you're a player.
Listen, it evolves better because there's
going to be more money.
You go where the bigger money is.
Yeah, you literally at the end of the year, you put out
even 5 years
for
ago,
work.
even 5 years ago, 6 years ago, if the boosters ended up doing something that gave you a cushy job or something like that.
Yeah,
or
you
got
had a
you
summer job that didn't involve you actually working.
Right. I mean, there were penalties.
Yeah.
From the NCAA.
I may or may not know something about that.
There you go.
Going down to U of A.
But now, I mean, and the same thing, we've talked about on your show, I think the last time I was with you, all the sports betting stuff.
Yeah,
that's
the gambling.
changing,
fundamentally changing it.
It's fundamentally changing every sport.
Yeah.
And
we're seeing all these scandals in sports because of it.
Exactly.
But the money is just huge.
And you always hear it gets back to politics too. Follow the money.
I get it. You know, you think about. Listen, I always thought, honestly, that college athletes should be compensated for what they do.
Right.
I always thought it.
Right.
But I'm not 100% comfortable with what's going on right now. Sam Levitt, ASU's coach, ASU's quarterback, looks like he gets about $3 million a year is what he's currently valued at.
Wow. I'm still having a problem.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
I'm still having a problem with it.
The quarterback for ASU is paid
$3 million
a year.
Right.
And if somebody offers him 3.2, like, congratulations, you're the next quarterback for North Dakota State. I don't you go wherever. You know?
They also have to take into their consideration, I think, what's the best way for me to shine, because they all want to go into the NFL at some point.
The road to the pros.
The road to the pros, right.
But
so
you got to believe if you're a middle tier.
Yeah.
Right?
And you're going from one middle tier to another.
You're like,
does it make a difference?
I'm here for the money.
Right.
I'm here to see how much money I can get, because there's no guarantee of a pro of getting drafted, and there's no guarantee of sticking with the team.
The other thing that I'm really concerned about, you're going to probably say, oh, Matt, you're a fuddy-duddy.
Okay, here we go, fuddy-duddy.
But the fact that so many of these college athletes, or many of them, aren't focusing on Plan B. Like...
Oh, they're not going to school for school.
Oh, well, a lot of them...
We didn't come here to play school.
A lot of them... But you know what?
That was a famous college quarterback said that.
What's the average time in the NFL?
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's a good idea.
No,
I'm just saying the reality.
My point. And that's my point.
Yeah.
If it was your kid or your loved one or your brother or whatever,
you say that,
you'd want to be telling them, "Hey, hope you have a good Plan B." That you're actually going there to get.
I have a feeling a lot of them have family members going, Alabama's offering you $4 million and Georgia's offering you $3.5 million. I think you look like you've got Alabama written all over you. Nobody's transferring for the math department.
Yeah.
Nobody's transferring for the English department.
I'm not saying that they should. Human nature is that you're going to go for the gusto and get what you can.
I get it.
Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. But the fact is, these young people. And yes, they do have tremendous athletic talents and everything, but especially in the NFL, the longevity there just isn't that great.
But and again, we get back to this name, image, likeness. The fact that you can legally pay players now. Arch Manning at the University of Texas, $6.8 million a year.
Wow, $6.8 million a year.
6.8.
Wow, that's amazing.
This is not exaggeration. He will take a pay cut when he's drafted in the NFL.
Yeah.
He'll take a pay cut.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like, I'd rather play college for the rest of my life. You kidding me? They're slower. They're not as big. I'm a king around here, right? Why do I got to go pro? This is horrible. It's like having a job. Terrible. Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Hey, coming up next, what are we doing? Do we have our guest? We do not. All righty. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. We're coming up. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and it's officially fall. As temperatures in the valley finally start to drop, many homeowners begin home improvement projects. Those plans should include Kinetico Water. Kinetico protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures. It can help your water heater last up to 30% longer and work more efficiently, saving you a ton of money. Kinetico systems are water pressure powered, low maintenance, and super efficient, so operating costs are cheaper than a traditional water softener. Kinetico's been in business since 1970 and features American-made products. Whether you want to upgrade your old electric softener or maybe you're considering water treatment for the first time, Kinetico can help. Plus, if you don't know what you need, they offer a free in-home water analysis if you mention Gatos. Call Kinetico today and ask about trials, rentals, and no-salt solutions. 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com. Kinetico Water, very refreshing.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Parents, children, and state lawmakers urged the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board to reconsider closing 2 schools last night.
The public hearing lasted 90 minutes, with residents asking for alternative solutions to closure. Ainsley is a 4th grader at Pima Elementary and says her friends try not to talk about the potential shutdown of their school.
Pima shouldn't close down because so many families, they put their hard work into it, and them closing it is crushing all of that. It's heartbreaking.
The board will vote on the closures on December 9th. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more Education Solutions stories, just go to KTAR.com/education. Well, you're going to have one more thing to be grateful for this Thanksgiving. Cheaper gas.
Prices will be actively going down almost on a daily or semi-daily basis. So, I mean, we're talking about noticeable drops of potentially anywhere from 15 to 25 cents over the next 4 weeks or so.
That's Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy, who says gas in Arizona is still up 19 cents a gallon from a year ago. Right now, the statewide average is $3.36 a gallon, but here in Phoenix, it's about $3.57. For a second day, more than 1,000 Starbucks workers at 65 stores across the country are on the picket line over a lack of progress on contract negotiations with the company.
It started on Starbucks' annual Red Cup Day.
No frozen
More than 1,000 workers picketing unionized Starbucks locations calling for better benefits and pay. Sylvia Baldwin on the picket line in Philadelphia.
It's not a living wage. You know, it might have been a living wage decades ago, but it's not anymore.
Michelle Essen, a barista and spokesperson for the union.
Many Starbucks workers have to rely on SNAP and Medicaid to get by.
A Starbucks spokesperson saying, quote, when they're ready to come back, we're ready to talk. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Let's get a check on the roads this afternoon. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Couple of spots where you're going to have to burn some extra fumes this afternoon. We've got heavy slowing in the south part of the valley. We had an earlier crash eastbound I-10 right near Ray Road, and it is blocking the right lanes. You're slowing down starting right at Elliott, and then up ahead we've got a crash right near Wild Horse Pass. Stop and go slowing there. Southbound State Route 347 have a crash right near Riggs Road. So a tough afternoon for those people trying to get to the south part of the valley, and we're still cleaning up after that rolled over commercial truck in Scottsdale. Southbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, right at Rain Tree, lean to the right. You're only getting by on the right, and you're backed up all the way back to Hayden Road. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $69 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. John Roller, KTAR News.
Ready for some rain? It's heading our way this weekend. Tonight, 60 for the low with cloudy skies. Tomorrow, a high of 80. But we have a good chance of rain in the afternoon and a much better chance by tomorrow night right on into Sunday. Sunday, definitely cooler. Will be around 71 for a high and 72 on Monday. And the rain could continue right into next week. Right now in Queen Creek, it's 81 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. There are some important numbers due out that we may actually never see. We'll talk about it on Money Monday right here on KTAR and the KTAR YouTube channel with Jim Sharp and me.
Speaking of Jim Sharp, you can check out the latest episode of the AZ Political Podcast. It's out now. This week, Jim Sharp sits down with Arizona Republican chair and now candidate for Congress, Gina Swoboda. Oh, friend of the show. She listens every day. Hi, Gina. You can watch today's episode on the KTAR YouTube channel, or you can listen wherever you get your podcasts, AZ Political Podcast. Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
I know.
I'm not even, this is supposed to be my day off.
This is supposed to be your day off.
I know. I switched with Gatos, so we'll flip it next weekend. But
he owes you one, right?
No, he doesn't owe me anything.
No? All right.
But I don't want to be beholden to him either by any stretch. Pretty crazy story, and I got to tell you. So I'm real big on the TikTok, as you can probably tell. Mostly for my dancing. Phenomenal dancer. I don't get nearly enough credit for it. But TikTok is an interesting beast, as there are so many different videos and things you come across, kind of like YouTube, just shorter versions.
Right.
And I came across a video of this woman, Nicole Monroe.
And a lot of them still just said no.
Nicole Monroe says her social media experiment was met with disappointment initially.
But those mega ones, yeah, I got hung up on twice.
Church after church refused her request to help a baby with formula, but she says Johnny Dunbar at Heritage Hope Church of God was different.
He honestly, you could tell he cared. Like, it wasn't one of those, like, we'll see what we can do, or I'll try to call somebody. Like, he actually was like, oh, your baby's starving. We need to feed that baby.
She says her experiment had her going from 30 followers to millions. Many saw and shared, and the end result was people all over the world flooding the Somerset Church with donations.
Amazing. Like, people wanted to donate to the ones that said yes because they knew that those churches would help.
So the backstory is that Nicole, oh God, what a name, Miss Monroe. She lives in Somerset, Kentucky. All right, I'm sure it's a lovely area. And when SNAP benefits were being cut and weren't happening just last week, or if you will, she wanted to do she called it a bit of a social experiment.
Right.
So she called churches, 43 in total, churches and or temples. And she videoed this of her on the phone. And what she did...
She had a fake baby crying in the background.
She had a fake baby in the background.
Right.
and a crying baby, and she would ask. She would say she had tried calling other places, and that the baby was hungry, and these other places recommend she call churches to see if they could help her with her hungry baby.
Right.
She called 43 churches.
Was it all in the Kentucky area?
No, they were all around. They were kind of in the. Jules, what would you say? I mean, I think that within a couple states range of her.
She called all over, though.
Yeah. She called mosques. She called temples. She called. She was trying to be religiously agnostic from that standpoint.
Right. Give them all a fair shake.
Here's what she found. 9 of the 43 said they would help her.
And one of them was incredibly helpful from
one of them went over the top.
Right.
One of them was an amazing church where the pastor of the church, who answered the phone, by the way.
Right. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
In and of itself.
It's a small church.
Right.
He not only said, how can I help? He asked what flavor the baby liked, like what flavor of baby formula, and that they're going to make sure this baby gets fed. Of course we would help you.
Right.
Of course we would.
That's what the good book says.
Well, you would think it is. So how do you get away with all these other churches turning her down? She called, I'll throw him under the bus, Joel Osteen's Lakewood Church. By the way, Joel Osteen's estimated worth about $59 million. They hung up on her. They wouldn't even answer, wouldn't even talk to her.
You know what?
Is that a church or is that just a money-raising operation?
You got to wonder.
What's it for?
I mean, ultimately, you got to wonder. I mean, if you're not there to, as Christ said, feed my sheep, and he wasn't talking about the ones that go, bah. He was talking about real people. Feed my sheep.
Well, it seemed like the smaller the church, the more they wanted to help.
Right.
And maybe that falls in line that it's less of a business at that level.
A corporation.
Less of a corporation and more of a mission to help people.
Right.
There was one mosque that offered to help.
Right.
A Buddhist temple.
Yeah.
An African-American church in the South, a Hispanic church, and a tiny Appalachian church.
Wow.
And, the one in Kentucky, Pastor Dunbar, who, by the way, is a 69-year-old great-grandfather, he offered to go out and buy the formula himself.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we focus on the negative because our expectation is that all churches are supposed to be about helping people that are needy, right?
And they're benevolent. They're
benevolent,
right. They're there to help.
And that's one of the reasons that they're there.
Yeah.
Is to help people when they're down on their luck and help them get back on the road again.
I don't think she was trying to be gotcha on people because I will tell you, here's the positive of it.
Right.
The churches, mosque, and temples that said yes have been getting donations.
Well, and
from people, the millions of people that have watched her videos now. For example, the church in Kentucky, the Pastor Dunbar, who said, "I'll go buy the formula myself."
Close to $100,000, right?
About $100,000 in donations have come into that church, and I would argue he's going to do good work with that money.
Right.
He's going to help people with it.
Right. You know he's going to help people.
I don't think he's buying a jet. I don't think it's going.
And I don't think he's going to put in a gold-plated toilet.
It's not going to be a gold-plated toilet, right?
No. It's going to actually go out to people. And
she said she wanted to be proven wrong. She hoped every church would say yes.
Bruce, that's kind of one of the age-old, arguments against religion, is that religion in general has gotten a rap for just wanting to get money from its
be a business
members and be a business, pay their past. Remember, Jimmy Swagger,
sure,
and
a lot of the other
Jim and Tammy Faye
evangelists
Baker
that were living high on the hog,
and not necessarily doing what they preached, either. But I think people have an expectation, especially when folks come into hard times, is that the churches are going to be there, but. Ultimately, that's what the church, their function is to help people temporally as well as spiritually.
Yeah.
Right? And temporally, you don't really care so much about your spirituality when your stomach's grumbly.
I think it's interesting. And you know what? I think it kind of peels the curtain back a little bit also.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you could make an argument that what this woman did by calling churches and asking if they could help feed her hungry baby. She was holding a mirror up to them.
Right.
This is a bigger reflection upon you than it is upon her.
So I'm really curious what the spin has been from those.
The churches she called out.
Yeah, the mega churches because you know what? Ultimately,
I don't know if they cared.
I think they care.
Yeah,
I do, because that's a big slap in the face.
Bishop Raymond Johnson of Baton Rouge Living Faith Christian Church called her a witch who did a dirty deed after posting the video of them not helping.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? When you react that way,
it says something about you, doesn't it?
It does say something about you.
Appreciate it. Hey, that's Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Check the headlines are on the way. And then coming up next is requiring employees to smile and be friendly. Is that disrespectful to ask them to do? We're talking about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and right now is the perfect time to care for your home's plumbing. Call my friends at Howard Air and Plumbing. You know, maybe your water heater is not keeping up. You've got some drains clogged in the house. This month only, when you mention Gatos, you can enjoy a free service call plus 10% off repairs. They even have a $59 drain clearing special. Howard Air and Plumbing. Now that we've got the plumbing issues covered, let's talk about your AC. We're going to get into some chillier temperatures, so you need to get your heating system checked for winter. This month only, get your entire heating and cooling system serviced, including an outdoor coil cleaning and refrigerant check. And this is a Gatos special, only $99, normally $129. You will pay $99. Whether replace or repair, call today. Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766. 602-953-2766 or schedule online at howardair.com.
Presidential Pools has been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. They have an industry-leading warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool to not only add value to your home, but to have your backyard perfect for the weather that is coming. Football season is here, and I'll be hanging in the backyard with the kids and the family a lot. So if you're on the fence, Basinonians, don't be. Dive in with Presidential Pools, and they'll take care of you. Go to presidentialpools.com, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Legendary former football coach John Beam died this morning after he was shot on the Laney College campus in Oakland, California yesterday. This is according to the Oakland Police Department. Authorities say a suspect is in custody. The suspect is 27-year-old Cedric Irving. Did not know the coach, but they did not have a relation, or rather did know the coach, but they did not have a relationship, according to police. It was the second shooting in as many days on a school campus in Oakland. Oakland Mayor Barbara Lee said it's a tough time for the city.
Everyone in Oakland loved and know Coach Beam, and for this to happen, this gun violence, is just devastating.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us now. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lane, DPS troopers and ADOT, well, they've had their hands full in the East Valley, and we've barely talked about the West Valley, but the West Valley busy this afternoon as well. We've got a down motorcycle in Glendale, 95th Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Surprise, look for a crash at 163rd Avenue and Grand Avenue, 43rd Avenue and Cactus. You've got a crash there, and a crash at 63rd Avenue and Bell. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and if you need to add a little luxury to your Black Friday shopping, I've got some news for you. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, invite you to experience amazing during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Like on the spacious 3-row 2026 Lexus TX SUV, crafted to a higher standard with room for everyone, luxury for all. Or check out the 2026 NX 450 Premium Plug-in Hybrid with the 304 net combined horsepower engine, giving you an estimated 84 combined miles per gallon. Yours for only $659 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. All this plus the no bull difference you expect from an Earnhardt dealership. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year on approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 12/1/25.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I say the attorneys at Berg Simpson are good lawyers changing lives? Well, they're nationally renowned trial lawyers, which means they change lives for the better by fighting in court to get families compensation for their injuries. And Berg Simpson makes it a priority to give back to their community. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives, is more than a slogan. It's who they are, and it's why I not only recommend Berg Simpson on the radio, I recommend my friends to them. Call them at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. bergsimpson.com.
Got artificial turf? Got dogs? Then you've got waste. And Turftastic will clean it the right way. Unlike other turf cleaners, Turftastic goes beyond the surface with a powerful 4-step deep cleaning process that extracts and removes contaminants from deep below. If you think a garden hose is the solution, you're wrong. Turftastic will have your yard looking and smelling brand new. Call now at 602-601-4990 or visit TurftasticArtificialCleaning.com. Turftastic, your turf deserves the best.
Hope you're having a great weekend. On Monday, we talk about the healthcare worker shortage with someone from the Greater Phoenix Chamber. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All right. You know what? Struggling Arizona families need your help. You can join us for Outspoken for Families in Need by donating essential personal household items for UMOM New Day centers. You can do it now through December 5th. Tomorrow, we're going to be 16th and Northern at the Walgreens collecting items. If you want to know not only what items that UMOM needs, but where we will be next, maybe in your neighborhood, well, just text the word CARE to 620-620. That's CARE to 620-620. We're Outspoken for families
great.
in need. Yeah, UMOM's a great organization.
They are.
Really helping
they are.
people get back on their feet.
And there's so many people hurting out there.
Yeah.
Right now who really need the help.
What I really like about UMOM, and I think a lot of people respect, it's not long term.
Right.
This is
it's a
get
finite,
you away from danger,
right.
Get you back on your feet.
Right.
And then go out and be a productive member of society.
A hand up, not a handout.
There you go.
Right.
All right. It's Matt Salmon, former Congressman Salmon, in for Gatos today. And Gatos and I talked about this a little while ago. Target is instituting a new policy. It's called the 10-4 policy.
10-4.
10-4, good buddy.
Rubber duck.
And it requires employees who are within 10 feet of a customer to smile, make eye contact, wave, and use friendly, approachable, and welcoming body language. That's their quote, not mine. And employees within 4 feet of customers must personally greet the guest, smile, and initiate a warm, helpful interaction.
Love it.
Well, it's bizarre that you have to make that a policy. Maybe is the thing.
Maybe you should be hiring happy, nice people in the first place.
So maybe that's at the root of the problem, because a lot of folks are saying it does work. It's not working. And let me get into this. I have no idea who's being boycotted at what time over what. I don't make buying
Absolutely.
decisions based
Right.
on things like
Right.
that. If you do,
Good
you
for
knock
you.
yourself
No,
out.
I do not.
I just
I've
don't
never,
care.
I've never
I just
honored a
don't
boycott in
care.
my life.
Yeah.
If I need something, I go get it.
Yeah. If I want Chick-fil-A, I get Chick-fil-A.
That's right.
You know, if I want Starbucks, I get Starbucks.
That's me.
Okay.
You're a man after my own heart.
Yeah. But apparently, Target's share price is down 30%. And people taking credit for it say that because they got rid of their DEI initiatives when Trump became president is what's behind a drop because there's been a boycott of Targets. I don't know if that's one of the reasons behind it.
Could be.
But is forcing employees to smile, wave, and what was it again? Quote, initiate
kindness? A little bit of kindness?
Initiate a helpful interaction.
Come on, that's just expected.
Really?
I cut my teeth in retail.
Okay.
So my very, very first job.
Here we go.
At 16 was at McDonald's.
There you go. You were a crew member at McDonald's.
I was a crew member at McDonald's, and then I graduated to selling women's shoes like Al Bundy.
Okay.
And
that can be a very lucrative business.
And when I first and when I came back from my mission and met my wife, I continued to sell shoes. And I got to tell you, those are just expectations. The things that I was raised on, the customer is always right.
Yeah.
That was one of the... that doesn't apply anymore today.
Changed.
It doesn't happen today at all.
Did it change? Is it strictly that... Did the customer change?
I think
did
it's
the employee change?
No, I think
or
it's
did the relationship change?
I think a lot of it's generational, too.
I don't disagree. I think some of it also, play along with me on this, since you can get almost anything you want online.
Amazon. But you can't try it on. But you can't, especially when it's shoes and clothing.
But it's
shoes fit
strictly
differently.
transactional when you go in the store.
Right.
It's strictly I don't need a relationship with the person there because this is a transaction and that's all it is.
You know what? Amazon and online stores have taken away a lion's share of the business. And when you get right down to it, I think those things, and Walmart's online presence, I think those things are probably bigger factors with what's happening at Target rather than whether or not their employees are smiling
at you.
But the fact is, could you and should you be able to require as an employer your employees to actually be nice to their customers?
Or at least pretend.
At least pretend like they like them. I mean, I think it's great. Look, I'm sick and tired today of the lack of customer service.
All right.
Or people that actually understand the products that they're selling.
But we'll find out if it helps Target. Right?
I hope it does.
Let's see if smiling and waving and initiating conversation will turn things around for them. Quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. We've got more coming up. Outspoken on KTAR.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since the last time, so you might want to consider refinancing the mortgage and save money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates and total costs, so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted Lund Mortgage just like me, and so should you. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
What does 100 years of giving look like? It's food on the table. It's a safe place to sleep. It's a child learning to read and so much more. Valley of the Sun United Way and our donors, volunteers, and partners give a helping hand, give shelter, give a second chance, a way forward, and hope. We're here for the Valley today and always, because at Valley of the Sun United Way, Giving never gives up. Visit vsuw.org.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
The Brooklyn Bedding Black Friday sale is here. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is now 30% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Visit one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Valley locations and make sure to mention KTAR News for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Migrant activists are asking for a case to be revisited after an Iraq War veteran living here in Arizona was deported this week. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with the update.
Jose Barco was detained on Veterans Day and taken to ICE detention in Florence, but it's unclear where he may have been deported to. Former state senator Raquel Turan says he deserves to come home to his family.
I'm heartbroken with the fact that we have a veteran who was deported today at 4 a.m, a Purple Heart veteran.
Barco received a Purple Heart when his Humvee was hit by an IED, and he helped rescue some of his fellow soldiers, suffering a traumatic brain injury in the process. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation.
Eyes on Education.
Pima Elementary School parents and kids are urging the Scottsdale Unified School District to keep their school open. The district proposed closing Pima and Echo Canyon due to low enrollment. Kathy Bree Tompkins has a child at Pima and says for her family it's more than a school.
She is worried that her school is going to close. She's sad. She loves her school. She, having older sisters, grew up at her school. I actually am a Pima alumni myself. So Pima also means a lot to me.
The district will vote on those closures December 9th. President Trump signed an executive order today dropping import tariffs on beef, coffee, tropical fruits, and other products as prices have continued to rise. The president has been very vocal in recent weeks, claiming prices have been falling, while blaming higher costs on policies enacted by the Biden administration. Many experts insist higher food prices are directly related to the president's tariff policies. Your fingers might soon look a little less orange when you eat Cheetos and Doritos. Both snack foods are getting a little makeover as PepsiCo says it's launching toned-down versions of those bright orange snacks with no artificial colors or flavors. You can look for them starting December 1st. Weekend plans, you better pack that raincoat. Wet weather expected all across the valley.
As the first system moves in, temperatures are going to cool down as we head into Sunday with highs around 70 degrees. Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service explains how much rain is expected.
There will be some areas we'll see probably 3/4 of an inch, maybe even an inch for a couple spots. But in general, it's going to be like moderate rainfall amounts. Nothing too bad that should cause any flooding.
He says the first storm system is going to bring mostly rain across Arizona. Light snow is only possible toward the most northern parts of the state. The second storm will move in Monday night with best chances of rain on Tuesday. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
The news broke this week that Cardinals star receiver Marvin Harrison would miss this week's game after undergoing an appendectomy just 2 days ago. With Marvin out, many players from the wide receiving group will need to step up. Arizona Sports' Tyler Drake joined Arizona's Morning News to tell us who we should be looking out for ahead of Sunday's game against the 49ers.
Trey McBride's going to get the ball. He's going to get a lot of targets, but then you have to look at a guy like Michael Wilson sliding into that wide receiver one role, and then behind him it's Xavier Weaver and Greg Dortch.
The Cardinals will face off against the 49ers about 2 o'clock, and you can catch that game live on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Traffic now. Let's go to John Roller. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Cheetos? Did someone mention Cheetos,
Yes.
Becky Lynn?
Made you hungry, huh?
Well, we've got our second crash of the afternoon on the southbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway right near McDowell, and you guessed it, it's a Cheetos delivery truck that's involved in this crash. Yeah, it's blocking the right lanes, and we just got done clearing away the one crash that really slowed things down at the start of the afternoon, southbound 101, right near Raintree. That is cleared away, but as you come southbound, you've got heavy slowing starting right at Cactus. Also working a down motorcycle, 95th Avenue in Glendale, 163rd Avenue in Grand Avenue, 43rd Avenue in Cactus. You've got a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Stop by the Beatitudes Campus, raise a glass, and enjoy classic tunes on November 21st at 6:30 p.m. Text RSVP to 620-620. John Roller, KTAR News.
That rain is heading our way. Now, tonight we'll see a low of 60. Tomorrow, 80 for the high. And that chance of rain begins. Really good chance by tomorrow evening. Some thunderstorms mixed into it. And on Sunday, that's when the cooling comes in. 71 for the high and a 70% chance of rain. Right now, we're at 85 in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
And what about hour number 2?
A lot of people call it the best of the hours. Former
I'm
Congressman.
not going to argue with that.
I love it. Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Great to have you with us today,
great
Matt.
to be here
Happy
today.
Friday to
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Good to be here.
So I'm going to have to rely on you, and I'm going to throw Becky Lynn in on this.
Because we have kids.
Because you are parents.
Yes.
A new survey from the people that do surveys say that 70% of young adults say raising children is too expensive. And that's quite a jump even from last year.
Say the percentage again.
7 in 10. Raising children is too expensive, up 13 points from last year. And they say it is having a direct impact on their decision to have either a child or to have more children.
Which is going to have really tremendous economic implications on our country.
Give me an example of that.
Well, what I'm saying is that we have to have a birth rate of 2.1 in this country. If we don't,
just to maintain population.
That's right. Just to maintain population and sustain ourselves.
Right.
Right now, I think we're at 1.67 or something like that.
Are you talking about children per?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. Per couple.
Right.
Married couple, and so if you have 7 in 10 that are saying it's too expensive to raise children. And their decision ends up being, so I'm not going to have children.
We're going to have a cat instead.
Oh, we're going to have a cat instead.
Have a fur baby.
They better get that cat on Instagram really quick and start raking in that advertising money.
Get that cat into a good college degree.
Right.
Well, but I understand it. Again, not having children of my own. I think I can understand it for a couple of reasons. I've heard a lot of parents, I get the text message when we talk about it. Daycare is almost prohibitively expensive for a lot of people.
It is.
To the point that more and more couples, one of them, and usually it's the mom, usually, not always, is leaving the workforce because
they can't afford.
Cheaper.
Yeah, it's cheaper than
to
actually
take care of the kids.
Well,
when you're losing money going to work.
When you figure out paying gas, and then paying daycare and all that other stuff, by the time you leave, you're actually
it's just a wash.
Yeah, it's
times.
a wash.
Yeah.
So why not just go ahead and stay home, be a stay-home mom?
Yeah, save
it. Yeah. The other thing that's
for the two of you, and you have grown children.
Yes.
And so it was a different day and age. I'll acknowledge that. But was the cost of children ever a conversation?
I think people have always said kids are expensive. They're
never
heard that.
cheap. How's that? Is that fair?
And I can remember my mom telling me, buy a house first, then have a kid.
Oh.
Yeah.
She was just saying that she was just afraid that if you had a kid that all your money would go there and you would never be able to put money aside for a house. So she always said, just buy the house first, then you can have a kid.
So I had my, my wife actually had it, but I had our first child when I was a junior at the university.
Really?
So I was still in college when I became a daddy.
You were a baby.
I was a baby. Oh, tell me about it. I was 22, and I made every stinking mistake in the book.
Right.
When, as far as parenting is concerned. But you know what? They turned out okay.
I think I can understand. We talk about inflation. We talk about the cost of homes and young people today going.
How about the cost
I'm
of
never going to buy a house.
How about the cost of health care? When you think about health care, the way that when they passed Obamacare and they said that you had to bring the cost down for everybody.
I don't think about.
But when you think about employer provided insurance,
sure.
If you, the individual, under the law, decide that you want insurance, for me. It's like maybe $30 a month. But you add your wife or your spouse to it, it then jumps up exponentially. And if you add children to it, like if you have 2 children, it's like over $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
So the cost, because they're not required to provide subsidized health care for your kids, for you as the employee. That's right. Under the law.
Although some plans, I'm just going to say,
no, please.
They let the kids on it as a rider. I mean, it's like you insure the adult, the main employee and the spouse, and the kids are like, yeah, they can stay on there till they're whatever. And there was no extra charge, which I always thought was bizarre.
Used to be, but right now, if you find a company that does that, join that company.
But Becky Lynn, you just made a mention of your mom telling you get the house,
and then have kids.
And then have kids.
And we did that.
Well, fair enough. I don't. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there under the age of 30 going, ha!
I know. No,
that's hilarious.
Right. That's a completely different story now.
If I got to wait to have kids till I have a house, I might be 72 years old.
Okay, so that was the plan when I was getting married and having kids. So now it's a little different. But is having kids solely about how much it costs?
No, it's not.
It's not.
And in fact, I've got to tell you, this. I went to a speech one time. I was working for my first company that I joined right after I got out of college, and the guy was a motivational speaker, but he was talking about what's really important in life, and he actually started in hospice, and he said, you know what? Never, ever did I ever see somebody on their deathbed say, if I only could have had a Porsche.
Right.
If I only could have been CEO of that company. If I just could have made another couple of $1 million. It was always the relationships that they talked about that were important to them.
I use this as an example. You haven't heard me do this, but my dad, listen, there's a lot of things my dad did wrong. He used to tell me all the time, no one's completely useless. They can always serve as a bad example. But one of the things he told me, he goes, I remember, but he's older. He said, when I get around with all my old friends, we never talk about the things we bought. We never talk about the stuff we had. We talk about people we met, places we went, experiences we have. And he goes, remember that. Yes, sir. Oh, I got it. Okay. And I've always stuck with that, that it's not about stuff. But when you talk about having a family, I can see people who are living in a one-bedroom apartment right now and barely scraping by saying, how are we going to make this work?
Right.
Yeah. You're gonna just have the kid and go, I'm sure it'll all work out in the end. I just don't know if they have that level of confidence.
Like in my experience, and again, probably a lot of it is because of my religious upbringing. I'm a member of the Mormon Church, the LDS Church. And in fact, it's kind of funny because used to be that when you drove an SUV, a big SUV like a Sequoia or
something with a third row of seats.
Something with a third row of seats. There was an expectation you were either Mormon or Catholic.
One of the two. Yeah.
And then I saw this really funny bumper sticker with somebody that had a Sequoia, and it said, "No, I'm not."
No, I'm not. I just like big cars.
But for me, having a family, having children was always part of the equation for me, and I married a gal that felt the same way. And I've got to tell you that over my whole life, the things that are most important to me, and it's not just cliche, are my kids and my grandkids now.
Did your children, have you ever had these conversations with your kids about how expensive, or am I ready, and how do I afford children?
Sure, and I think that ultimately, they're going to make their decisions based on, not because mom and dad said kids are too expensive. But I will tell you this, that I had 2 boys and 2 girls.
Yeah.
And I tell this to everybody. The boys break your cars, and the girls break your heart.
Oh. Producer Jules, I know you're chomping at the bit to get in here. No, but you're part of that generation where we talk about younger people looking at things like starting a new life, buying a home, having a family, and I know you see it very differently.
I mean, when I see those surveys that say what the average home buying age is now, that definitely concerns me.
Yeah. And how much the average home is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just go for that. Yeah.
That's bizarre. It's not my parents' world where they were able to buy a house and have kids. Mm-hmm. I have 2 other siblings. I don't know what the cards look for me like, in the next 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, we are talking about a generation. I'm not trying to put this on you, Jules. But the first generation maybe in a while that won't do better than their parents.
And that's incredibly sad.
I 100% agree.
When you think about that it may be the first generation that doesn't do better than their parents, then that means, in my view, that we have failed.
100%.
And we've got to do better.
I agree. That's former Congressman Matt Salmon. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Becky Lynn, for that conversation. I need to bring some real parents into this, for goodness sakes, not just me. So here's the deal. I got a quick shout out. I'm going to go, let's see, right down I-10. I'm going to turn up there at the 2. Shout out to Youngtown. What's up, all the Youngtownians?
All right.
What's up with the Youngtownians? Gatos believes you have to be young to live there, by the way. He thinks there's a requirement of some sort.
I like it.
Well, you know how like Sun City, you got to be over 55. Youngtown, you got to be under 18? I don't know. I don't know what the rules are.
Under 10.
Under 10. Shout out to Youngtown. All right. That's
Lord of the Flies.
Yeah. Youngtownians, you're the ones. All right. Thanksgiving coming up next. Can you believe Thanksgiving's coming up?
I can't.
Couple weeks.
I can't.
We're just a couple weeks away from it.
I know.
People are making their plans right now. How much is it going to cost you? What are you talking about? You thought kids were expensive. Wait till you find out about turkeys.
Take out a loan.
Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Just about a week ago, my wife and I had an in-home consultation with my friends over at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We're towards the end of a remodel, and the exclamation point on the remodel is going to be blinds and shutters. And we're starting to learn more about what we want. So TJ came over. He brought samples and visuals and did a rendering to help us imagine exactly how every window is going to look. Now, we're interested in the motorized shades. Oh, the way of the future, 2025, everything on your phone, right? Now your shades are on your phone too. And we have the October deal of a lifetime. Must mention Gatos, you get up to 25% off. Mention Gatos, you get 25% off over at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Best in town. I want you to visit southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com, or stop into one of their 3 Valley showrooms.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. There are at least 3 cases of botulism in Arizona that have been connected to a recalled infant formula. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports a total of 23 hospitalizations have been connected to the By Heart Whole Nutrition formula. A couple from Flagstaff has filed suit against the manufacturer after their 4-month-old daughter had to be flown to a hospital for treatment. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads again. We got to check on that Cheeto truck. Here's John Roller of the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
I just took a look at it. It is off to the right. This is southbound Loop 101, the Pima Freeway, right near McDowell. And yeah, that Cheeto truck is off to the right, but you still have heavy slowing coming southbound to start your Friday. Starting at Shea Boulevard all the way down to the 202 transition. Also now have some slowing on the 51, southbound 51. Had an earlier crash right near Bethany Home Road, and your slowing starts right at Glendale, stays heavy right on through the mini stack. And a new crash coming in on the northbound South Mountain Freeway, Loop 202, right near Buckeye. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Matt Salmon in for Gatos.
Yes,
Matt,
sir.
Do you know that it's official now? Everybody on the planet has their own podcast because I have one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called Full Throttle Arizona. It's a racing podcast.
I like
because I
because you're a racer.
I'm a racer. I talk to some of the personalities about racing. It's less about like who won and who lost.
Yeah.
And more about the
behind the
racing
scenes
personalities.
stuff.
Yeah, some of the cool people.
Yeah, very cool.
You know,
I love it.
All over the state and different racers, different tracks, different things. The first episode streaming now at KTR's YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. It's called Full Throttle Arizona. Thank you.
Everybody's got to listen to that. Got to watch it.
Well, I mean, it's official.
It's official.
There's 300 million podcasts in America now. I was just the last one to get to one. Okay, so I just had to get there for nothing else. So we've got Thanksgiving coming up. Are you in town, out of town?
Oh,
traveling?
I'm in town. We
You're
got the whole family coming over.
Whole family's coming. Okay,
yep, everybody.
From
my son's coming in from Washington D.C.
He's in D.C.
Yep. And hopefully he doesn't have a flight problem.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be solved by then. And the other kids live in the area?
Yeah.
So it's not too difficult for them?
No.
Okay.
No, but let me tell you the difficulty. They have in-laws, and their in-laws expect them to be...
So they got to do double Thanksgivings?
Either they do double Thanksgiving or we have to get really creative. So ours is at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then some of the others are, in the evening.
Yeah, yeah.
So you got to get creative.
Okay.
In fact, in a lot of families... they celebrate Thanksgiving on a different day of the week because they don't.
Because they're all stacked up with Thanksgiving.
They're doing double duty.
Well, I saw something that I thought was a little bit on the crazy side because, admittedly, I don't. I've never been a big Thanksgiving person, partly because of racing. Honestly, you ready for this?
Do you race on Thanksgiving?
We've had a race on Thanksgiving in the United States for 90 plus years. It's called the Turkey Night Grand Prix.
Where's that?
It's in California.
And you do that every year?
I either attend it or race it. I am racing this year.
Oh, cool.
But they moved it from Thursday night. Used to be on Thursday.
Okay.
And it's going to be Friday, Saturday, but I still have to get out there, so I have to go out there Thursday.
Yeah.
So I'm still going to, on Thanksgiving, I'm going to go to the races. So I've spent a majority of my Thanksgivings as an adult, I've spent at the racetrack.
Then what's your favorite holiday?
Oh, goodness. I don't know.
You can't say that.
I work in radio. For the longest time, I worked on holidays.
Yeah,
you didn't even get them off, for goodness sakes. So it was no different,
All right.
I'm
a Christmas guy.
I like the next one. How's that?
I'm a Christmas guy.
Okay, you're a Christmas guy.
Yeah.
But we're finding out that Thanksgiving is expensive. And I'm not just talking groceries. We can start there. Listen.
Travel.
But I'm saying, regardless of what anybody who's trying to sell you something tells you, The price of groceries is up.
Everything is up.
Okay?
It is. I can guarantee you that. The price of gasoline's up.
And people are saying they're actually cutting back because of the price. Thanksgiving 2025, according to a survey from the people that do surveys, will be the priciest Thanksgiving yet for Americans. Get this, $952 on food, drinks, decorations, travel, and miscellaneous items.
So we're going to move from the traditional food being turkey to ramen noodles.
There you go. Yeah, we've made some changes in our.
Yeah,
there's been a menu correction. I can see that, but I mean, I can certainly understand when you talk about almost $1,000 if you're hosting a Thanksgiving or if you're traveling.
Right.
I mean, airline tickets ain't cheap right now.
No, not cheap at all.
I was listen. I fly a lot, and believe me, and I don't book last minute. I'm reasonably smart. I was I'm flying to DC for Christmas. Are you kidding me?
It's expensive. And so, what are you paying around $1,000 for your tickets to DC?
Over and back, I'll be close to $700.
Yeah,
$800.
There you go. So, I mean, I've made that trip many times.
Obviously you have. But there ain't no $99 flights anymore.
No, it ain't cheap.
No. Food obviously dominates the expense list.
Right.
Average of $175 a household. That's not even gonna fill half your table.
And that doesn't even bring the cost of Maalox into it.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Salmon! For goodness sakes. Yeah, I think there is an argument to be made. And you talk about Christmas being your favorite holiday.
I love Thanksgiving though too. I really do.
But
can I say something really quick?
No,
I know
please.
we're talking about the cost and everything.
Yeah.
But there have been all kinds of studies about how people live longer lives. They certainly live happier lives if they're thankful.
Okay.
If they're grateful. If they're appreciative. If they think about the things they have rather than things they don't.
But you can do all that without spending $1,000 on
Yes, you
Thanksgiving.
can. Yes,
you
you
know what
can.
I'm saying? I'm like, and I think a lot of folks are maybe getting back to the original meaning. Same thing with Christmas.
Right.
Getting back to
and that's not
the
a
true
bad thing.
spirit.
And
I don't think it's bad at all.
No, in fact, I think it's a really good thing.
Yeah, Christmas does not need to be about buying things buying things for people, buying things that you don't need for people you don't like. It doesn't have to be that.
And things you have to put on, payments,
credit, and run your credit cards up and stuff like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot of. It might be a good thing. I'm sorry that a lot of folks are going through it where they're just like flat can't afford to do it the way we'd like.
Well, I mean, my wife and I love to go out to dinner. And we don't go to incredibly expensive places.
Well, I didn't think I did either, but until I started getting
that's
the bill.
what I was just going to say. And you get the bill, and they're like way out there.
When did I go to this?
It's like sometimes I feel like Rip Van Winkle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
we're olds now.
Because you wake up and it's like, wait a minute, I could have bought a car for that.
Steak dinner,
back
$9. You know,
like,
what is this? Yeah.
Steak
I've been a little bit surprised.
You can't get a French fries for $9 anymore.
The prices at restaurants
it's
are
crazy.
Are just literally,
it's crazy.
But I don't believe they're all getting rich. I think it's their.
No, they're not getting rich. They're just passing the cost
Yeah.
of what they have to pay onto the customer. And so whether it's the tariffs on food, avocados, coffee, all bananas, they've all gone up in price. But wait a minute. No, they're lower in price again because the tariffs have been taken off.
So wait a minute. If Trump is lowering tariffs on food, which he announced today.
Right. Exactly.
Is that, to bring down the price of food, is that an acknowledgement that tariffs cause the price of food to go up? Yes or no?
Well, I say yes.
Obviously, the answer is yes.
I say yes. Tariffs do cause...
Apparently, Brazil wasn't paying the tariffs on bananas.
Right.
Enough.
Right.
What a shocking development.
But the thing is, they pass those costs onto the consumer.
They don't have a choice.
And so it's a tax.
Yeah.
Everybody understands that.
Well, you say everybody.
They should understand.
We're going to have a minimum intelligence level to understand that tariffs are a tax on consumers. But yeah, you'd be surprised how many fall below it. He's Congressman Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Appreciate you spending time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, we've also got ourselves a podcast around here. It's the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. You can always go back. You can listen back to episodes you missed. You can listen when it's convenient to you. We've got it on the KTAR app, KTAR.com, or wherever fine and a couple mediocre podcasts are found. It's the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast powered by Revival Psychiatry. One woman says she was going to conduct a social experiment.
Yes, sir.
And find out how many churches would help her feed her hungry baby. Results next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and at Advanced Window Products, they've got their Black Friday sale. It runs through the entire month of November. Let me tell you what you get when you mention Gatos. At Advanced Window Products, when you purchase 10 windows or more, you'll receive their largest discount of the year, $3,500. $3,500 off. All you have to do is mention Gatos. All you have to do is purchase 10 windows or more, and you receive their largest discount of the year, $3,500. Now, why should you use Advanced Window Products? They're a local Arizona company, family-owned and operated business. I vetted them for you. They've specialized in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors for 39 years. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
Are you ready to score big with your finances? Right now, get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win a $1,500 shopping spree. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Mike Broom. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Find something extraordinary this season at the Genesis Signature Event and enjoy 0.99% APR financing on select vehicles through December 1st. Take advantage of this exceptional offer on our most popular Genesis models, including the 2026 G70, GV70, GV80, and GV80 Coupe, plus select 2025 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models with approved credit. Discover the perfect balance of performance, innovation, and refined design at Genesis of Scottsdale. Our team is dedicated to delivering an effortless and sophisticated buying experience from the moment you arrive to the drive home. Experience modern luxury today at Genesis of Scottsdale, conveniently located on North Scottsdale Road, or visit us online at genesisofscottsdale.com to learn more.
Exclusions apply. 0.99% APR for up to 36 months. Is $28.20 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers on select 2025 and 2026 Genesis models. Subject to credit approval by Genesis Finance. Not all will qualify. Down payment may be required. Must take delivery from retail stock by 12/1/25. Most new vehicles include a protection package with lifetime window tint, door edge guards, and handle cup guards priced at $618, plus tax, title, license, and $599 dock fee. See dealer for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Iraq War veteran and Purple Heart recipient Sergeant Jose Barco has reportedly been deported, but it's unclear to where. He was detained on Veterans Day and transferred to ICE detention in Florence. Advocacy group Vets Forward is asking for his case to be revised so the war hero can be reunited with his family here in Arizona. KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation. And the daycare worker who was detained at her workplace by ICE agents in Chicago has now been released, but her legal battle isn't over. Video of her detention went viral when it showed agents appearing to drag her out of the daycare as school was underway. Here's more now from ABC's Armando Garcia.
This is somebody who DHS accuses of recently paying a smuggler to bring her own children across the border. They say that this is somebody who lied about her identity and also came to the country illegally. However, I've spoken with parents in the community who have been touched by her. They say she's a treasured member of their community. In fact, they've raised over $150,000 for her legal defense. That court case continues.
A highly respected college football coach who was the focus of a Netflix documentary has died after he was shot on campus in Oakland, California yesterday.
John Beam was a highly respected coach and athletic director at Laney College in the San Francisco Bay Area, murdered by a man who police say shot him in the head on campus on Thursday. Beam died Friday morning. An intense manhunt led to 27-year-old Cedric Irving. Police say they found him by utilizing surveillance video. Oakland police say Irving and Beam did know each other, but Irving never attended Laney College or played for Beam.
Hundreds of hours of surveillance footage so we could track that individual.
A motive for the murder remains unclear. Irving will be charged with murder. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Let's take a look at the road home on this Friday. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
New crash, Becky Lynn, coming out of the downtown area, eastbound Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, right at Sky Harbor Boulevard. This is just prior to Priest, and not a good spot on a Friday afternoon. We've already got slowing right near the Tovria Castle as you come eastbound on the 202. Southbound 101 Pima Freeway, crash involving the Cheeto delivery truck. It is off to the right, and we are working a crash northbound Loop 202, the South Mountain Freeway, right near Buckeye Road. New Surface Street crash just now coming in. 59th Avenue in Union Hills, a crash involving a pedestrian. 19th Avenue in Cactus, and look for slowing at the intersection 95th Avenue and Glendale Avenue, down motorcycle. John Roller, KTAR News.
The rain is coming starting tomorrow. Overnight we'll see 60, tomorrow's high 80, and that chance of rain is in the afternoon tomorrow and really picks up tomorrow night on into Sunday. Sunday's high much cooler at 71. It's 84 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. The Phoenix Police Department has a new draft policy on how its officers should interact with the homeless. Will it lead to better treatments or just lead to another giant homeless camp? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News on Monday.
All right. He's Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Appreciate you spending a little bit of your Friday with us.
Thank you.
So I guess I knew it. I knew it in my heart, but we have a bit of a social experiment that maybe proves it.
Yeah.
Not all churches are the same.
Nope.
They're just not.
Nope.
And I don't even think it's necessarily
or corporations.
Denomination.
No.
I think it is just individual. Some individual churches are different from others.
Right.
They all may classify themselves as part of one belief system, but they're very different. Reason we learned that is there's a lady in Kentucky, of all places, who admitted that when the SNAP payments weren't going out and people were hungry and there was a concern about children not getting food and food bank lines were long, etc., she wanted to find out who would help her and her hungry baby. Now, she does not actually have a baby. She just has the sound of a baby crying in the background.
But they didn't know that.
They didn't know that.
Right.
And she called churches. As a matter of fact, she called over 40 of them.
That's
all around the country. She called different denominations, different size, different everything.
And different religions altogether.
Different religions.
Right.
She
like
called
Muslims,
temples.
Yeah.
She called, Baptists.
Buddhists.
Absolutely.
Right.
And basically, she had the same, I'm going to use the term script, because she wanted it to try to be as kind of honest as possible, that she was calling these churches. This is Miss Monroe in her own words.
MK Church in South Africa, how may I help you?
Yes, I just want to see if there's any way y'all could help with a small can of baby formula. I've been out since last night, and my daughter, she's not 8 since last night, and she's only 2 months old, and I've been calling everywhere, and they're just telling me to keep calling churches.
Okay, so we have you ever heard of Mama's Pantry?
Yes, I already tried them. They don't have any formula.
So it's other organizations.
That's our only connection to our food bank ministry. So if they don't have any baby formula, then we don't have any in our office that we could provide.
Okay, would it be something that you all would be able to get and I just pick it up?
Let me connect you with our care pastor. She handles all of the connections and our resources that we're able to give out.
Thank you.
All right, so we can't help you. They gave her the name of a basically another, what do you call it? Community organization, non-government organization that can help. She said, I've already tried them, and they can't help. So which one's this, Jules?
The next one is when Nicali tries to call the care pastor.
Okay, they told her call the care pastor. Okay.
This is what happens next.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the tone.
Okay, we're going to call back.
All right, so yeah, the care pastor was not available.
This is what happened when she tried to call back.
Yeah.
Your call
How big is this
very important
church?
to us.
It looked like it was pretty big. This church is huge.
All right.
That big of a church and they won't even help someone.
How long does this go on for?
That's so sad.
Okay.
Did y'all look at the pictures of this place?
So
sad.
Yeah.
Just really disheartening. Like, this is really the stuff that people go through.
So
when
that
they
was
need help.
that was
Sad.
Dream City Church in Phoenix. That was her calling Dream City Church in Phoenix.
Yikes.
They're not the only ones. Again, she called, what was the total again? It was 41. 41 churches, 9. A total of 9. When I say churches, religious organizations said they could help her.
I wonder, and I'm going to play,
devil's
excuse
advocate.
the pun,
Do
devil's advocate, but, how many of the churches out there have had somebody that's just tried to scam them?
But if you're a church,
I heard that same thing, that they could that they had been inundated with scams.
But people asking for baby formula?
Well,
things
not
in
necessarily
general.
baby formula,
Money.
but yeah.
Well,
money.
I'm sure they get requests.
Yeah.
But isn't that a part of what they exist for? Not to be scammed, don't get me wrong, but people that might be in need?
And ultimately, I mean, yes, the one of the most important things that Christ taught was, if you do it to the least of these, you've done it unto me. That's what he said
Yeah.
in the good book.
That's
And so he expects when you're naked and hungry, if you're in prison, or if you're the Good Samaritan and helping somebody that's down on their luck, that's what Christ was all about.
Yeah.
But the other piece of it, the other side of it is that I'm sure with a lot of these churches, there's a lot of their own membership. They're going through their own struggles and.
She did hear that. What was it? One church says they only help those that have tithed with them. that have been part of tithing. So we help our own congregation. Okay, I guess I could understand that to a certain level.
Right, and I can understand.
The bigger the church she reached out to, kind of the worse the response.
Well, and I think there's a lot of cynicism. We've heard the drill that there's a lot of folks that are out there to make money,
charlatans
in the religious realm. The fact is, religions are full of people.
Yeah,
and people are flawed.
So have the same failings.
Here's
as
the
others.
thing, though. She said, "Is there some way you could get me a small can of baby formula?"
Right.
She asked for one
specific thing. She did the same thing to every church she called.
So I would think you said some of the smaller churches. They said, "I'll go buy you one."
I will literally go buy it.
And I would think that anybody, even if their church policy was, hey, don't give it out unless it's a parishioner. I can see.
You would hope.
I can see most of them pastors just say, you know what, I'm going to take that money out of my pocket. And
right.
I'm
How much
them.
does that cost?
The lady needs a can of
She
formula.
did find a church, and apparently a pretty amazing pastor.
What flavor do you want?
Who was all about helping and said, absolutely, the answer is yes. Is Pastor Dunbar of a church in Kentucky, and so many people watched the video and heard him on the other end of the phone asking, "How can I help? I will go out and get it right now."
Right.
That church has gotten over $100,000 in donations from Good Samaritans and other
because
people.
they know it's going to go to a good use.
Yeah,
right?
They know that this guy
isn't on the take. He's
going to feed.
Yeah,
people.
He's going to help people.
Pretty interesting. It's an interesting social experiment.
But the argument, it has happened ever since churches began.
Sure.
That are you going to put it into building, some big beautiful edifice? I mean, one of my favorite movies around Christmas time is the one, with Cary Grant where he plays the angel, the bishop's wife, and the whole thing was about the bishop wanting to build this beautiful cathedral, and then ultimately at the very end of the movie, because the angel got involved in his life and everything, he ended up wanting to use the money to help the poor.
Yeah. Yeah. What's more important? What's your true calling?
Right.
Yeah. Appreciate it. We got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. Coming up next, apparently only olds can afford houses. I
resemble that remark.
I want you to think about what you think the average age of a home buyer is in the United States. I want you to think about that number. We're going to share you the real number. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
I'm probably not alone. There was a time when I wondered, do I have enough money to retire? How much do you need to retire? What am I missing? I'm sure there's a lot, right? If you've asked yourself these questions, if you don't have solid answers for them, well, let me introduce you to my friends at Trajan Wealth, the fiduciary advisors. And as fiduciaries, remember, they put your interest in front of their own. They're not sales people. Not only can they answer your questions, but they're going to ask you some questions. They're going to get some answers out of you that are going to help them customize, tailor, come up with a plan that meets your expectations, your goals, your timeline. It's about you and what's best for you. And remember, fiduciaries, got to have it on your side. Listen, if you haven't had that conversation, and if you still have some questions about retirement, don't wait any longer. You can call Trajan Wealth, and there's no obligation. It's 480-990-3300, 888-990-3300. Give them a call. Set up your appointment today. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No. We'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
The Phoenix Suns have a new coach, a new GM, and some new young and talented players, but some things remain the same, like D. Book and D. Schwartz. That's Dr. Schwartz for those asking. Yes, the team eye doctor of your Suns is back for his 26th season. And while he may not be able to dribble behind his back, he is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. So for those of you interested in LASIK surgery, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is offering free consults in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump has directed the Department of Justice to investigate alleged ties between sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and prominent Democrats. This as dozens of Republicans are expected to buck the president by voting next week on a bill compelling the Justice Department to release the full Epstein files. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has more.
20 of Epstein's victims now sending Congress a letter, writing, "You have the ability to vote to release the Epstein files, and with it, deliver a promise the American people have awaited for far too long. We implore you to do so." The women adding, "Remember that your primary duty is to your constituents. Look into the eyes of your children, your sisters, your mothers, and your aunts. Imagine if they had been preyed upon."
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a look at the roads now, let's go to John Roller, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, still have heavy slowing, all due to a crash on the eastbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway. This happened just prior to Priest, and you've got slowing starting at Van Buren as you head into Tempe out of the downtown area. And this crash is right in a spot where folks coming eastbound on Sky Harbor Boulevard merge to the eastbound Loop 202, and we've got slowing as you come out of Sky Harbor from Terminal 3 and Terminal 4 as well. Southbound to 51, a crash right at the mini stack, and you've got slowing all the way back now to Glendale as you come southbound towards the mini stack. And that earlier crash involving the Cheeto chip truck, it's out of there. Southbound 101 looking much better. That crash happened right near McDowell. You've only got moderate slowing from Shea Boulevard down to the 202s. John Roller, KTAR News.
All right, my house is freshly painted on the inside, and my house looks brand new. You know, my wife and I had discussed for a while getting the Arizona Painting Company to paint the inside of the home. We wanted different colors. We wanted a lighter color. We wanted it to be brighter. We didn't want the beige really anymore. And so we hired the Arizona Painting Company. And, you know, a lot of folks, maybe this is you, you're kind of worried about, I don't know how to pick the paint colors. Well, they have a color design specialist who will mock up a rendering of your home to help make the process of choosing a color easier. You don't have to fight your spouse about, well, I like this white. Well, this white is different. Well, this white has a little blue in it. Well, yeah, let them help you. They helped us pick the right color. We're super happy. All jobs are inspected. They want you to be happy with your home. There's always an on-site foreman checking in. You always know where you stand. To hire the Arizona Painting Company, text the word paint to 620-620.
The Brooklyn Bedding Black Friday sale is here. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is now 30% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Visit one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Valley locations and make sure to mention KTAR News for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hope you're having a great weekend. On Monday, we talk about the healthcare worker shortage with someone from the Greater Phoenix Chamber. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All righty. Happy Friday to you. Hope things are going well for you guys. You know, there's struggling families out there that could use your help, and we are outspoken for families in need. We're trying to help UMOM, New Day Centers. We did this last year, and you know what they need? They need a lot of things. Think about women escaping a violent situation.
Yeah, abusive situation, yeah.
They grab their earthly possessions, they throw it in a garbage bag, and they and the kids show up at the front door at UMOM.
Right.
And that's all they got.
Wow.
We are helping them, and you can get not only a list of items that the most needed items, but also drop-off locations at Walgreens all over the valley.
That's cool.
All you have to do is text the word CARE to 620-620. That's CARE to 620-620, and help the community out and help out UMOM New Day Centers, which is a great cause in and of itself.
It is.
So I asked before the break, I said, I want you to think about the average age of a home buyer in the United States, okay? And I want you to think, how old is the average age of a home buyer? Well, I can tell you this. Let me start with this. 15 years ago. Hold on, let me do the math.
Which is
in the year 2000.
Which is not all that long ago.
No, 2000.
2010.
2010. I shouldn't ever do math live. In 2010, the average age of a home buyer in the United States was 39 years old.
Wow.
Average.
Right.
39.
Which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I would have thought it might be a little lower. But
yeah.
Okay, 2010. 2000's a little tough. Maybe there was some issues in there. Today, what do you guys think it is?
Well, I know.
59.
Yeah, 59. That's
the
nuts.
average age of a U.S. home buyer is 59 years old.
Not
That's
a
nuts.
first-time home buyer.
Yes.
No.
Average of just a buyer,
home
not
buyer.
first buyer.
Right.
I think first buyer is still about 40.
Yeah.
I think that, which is still alarming.
But the people that are buying houses right now
59.
The average age is
are
59.
the olds.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is great news for me. I
Yes,
love
Jules.
hearing about this.
I was going to say, I'm guessing I know you're nowhere near 59.
No.
You're not even near 39.
I'm 26.
26 years old.
So will I be retired by the time I buy my first house?
I think technically.
That's what it sounds like,
So in 30 years, you can buy a home. Wow.
I mean, that's
Phenomenal. I
crazy.
can't wait.
Isn't it, though? I mean, I think that number alone, jumping up 20 years, an average
Just
age
over
of 20 years
15
in
years.
50, that's not even a full generation,
No,
is
it's
it?
nuts. It's nuts. I mean, and you're seeing it more so probably here in Arizona than other places.
Yes.
But other states, I was actually born in Utah, and the same thing is happening there too. It's crazy.
Got it. Yeah. I was stunned. 59. I had no idea. If you would ask me to guess, I don't think I would have got 59.
I probably would have guessed maybe 45. Or
Yeah,
something
somewhere
like
in the
that.
40s.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Quick check of the headlines on the way. Coming up next, I'm going to talk a little bit. We've got interesting idea. I'm going to play with you. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos Low T. Start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel old. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 years old again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. Lose the dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for an additional $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Does this sound like you? Where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that pain? Well, do I have good news for you, because relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. The consultation's totally free, so call QC Kinetics today. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An Iraq war veteran living here in Arizona was deported this week, but it's unclear where he has been deported to. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the story.
Jose Barco received a Purple Heart after he rescued fellow soldiers during an IED attack in Iraq. Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, says war heroes don't deserve to be deported.
The way it's been described by the other soldiers who were there is that Jose was on fire as he lifted this truck off of his fellow soldiers and dragged them to safety.
Reyes says Barco was detained on Veterans Day and taken to ICE detention in Florence. They hope he's been deported to Mexico, where he has access to VA medical assistance, but fear he could be in Cuba or Venezuela. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation.
Eyes on Education.
Parents and children in Scottsdale gathered last night to oppose the closure of Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools. The Scottsdale Unified School District hearing allowed residents to speak to the board, and that included Arizona Representative Matt Gress, who says he's looking for alternative options.
It appears that there was one option, which is just closure, versus redesign, consolidation, selling buildings, leasing properties to keep schools intact.
The final vote is set for December 9th, and you can read more education solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. The weekend is here, so is the rain. The Valley's expecting anywhere from a half inch to an inch.
2 storm systems are moving into the state. The first system will move in Saturday afternoon and stay throughout Sunday. We dry off for about 24 hours before a second storm moves in Monday night. Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says cooler temperatures are coming too.
That cool weather, which is below normal, will last all of next week, and probably will get colder. Maybe the coldest might be during the middle part of next week, where we might only see highs around 65 degrees.
He says a light dusting of snow is only expected in the most northern parts of the state. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
Some good news if you're hoping that Thanksgiving travel won't gobble up all your money on gas. Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says the average cost for a gallon of gas is down 11 cents from last month. He believes it will continue to drop another 15 to 25 cents over the next month. The number of botulism cases tied to a recalled baby formula has grown here in Arizona.
This after a Flagstaff couple filed a lawsuit against the makers of the By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula, the result of their 4-month-old daughter having to be flown to a hospital for treatment after falling ill. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say there are now a total of 3 botulism cases in our state, among 23 in all that have been reported across the country so far. California and Texas have also seen 3 cases each. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Heads up, Tempe drivers. Major street closures coming this weekend for ASU Homecoming and Ironman Arizona. City officials advise drivers to expect transit delays all weekend and to use public transportation to avoid all the closures. Plan ahead. Check KTAR.com for the full details. Turning to Wall Street now, the Dow was down 309 points today, closing out at 47,147. Also, the S&P was down by 3 points, and the NASDAQ was up by 30. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Traffic check now. Let's go to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, right you are, Becky Lynn. It is going to be a very busy weekend in Tempe. Don't forget we got the big football game. ASU, the Sun Devils hosting West Virginia, Ron Wolfley's alma mater, tomorrow morning, late morning, 11:30 kickoff at Sun Devil Stadium. So a busy weekend in Tempe, and not far from Tempe right now. In fact, close to Sky Harbor, eastbound side of Sky Harbor. We've got a crash in the clearing stages on the eastbound loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway just prior to Priest, and that has caused a backup. If you are coming out of Sky Harbor Airport right now, you are backed up. Once you're past Priest Road, you are good to go. Southbound 51, we've got another crash right at the mini stack, and we've got heavy slowing coming southbound starting at Bethany Home Road, 59th Avenue and Union Hills, a crash there, and another crash at 19th Avenue and Cactus. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you don't have a trust, your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tomorrow, we're going to be around 80 for a high, but we'll see that rain moving in. 20% chance in the afternoon. That leaps to an 80% chance in the evening with some thunderstorms thrown in, just in case you wanted that too. And on Sunday, a 70% chance of more rain, cooling to 71. It's 79 in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right. Welcome. It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Outspoken.
And
with Bruce and Gatos.
The 6 o'clock hour.
A lot of people call the 6 o'clock hour the third hour of the show, the best of the hours.
That's right, for sure.
Without a doubt. He is former Congressman Matt Salmon in Fort Gatos today. Appreciate you being with us.
Great to be here.
And I like when you're here because I get to ask questions about like how Congress works. Because you did 2 tours.
Peel back the onion.
Yeah, 10 total years in Congress.
10 total years.
Now, I think I've told you, growing up in Northern Virginia, which I did, I do have, I have just enough to be
basic.
I've ridden on the train.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's in the Senate. House doesn't have the train.
You guys don't have a train?
Nope.
I sat in the thing and banged the gavel.
Okay.
I mean, I was a little maggot at the time, but I did it.
Yeah, that's great.
I was there.
That's great.
You guys don't have a train?
We don't have a train.
The Senate has the train.
The
Do you
Senate
think
has
most
the
people
train.
know they have that little train underground? So so that they don't have to mingle with the masses out on the street.
And they don't
it
have
just
to
takes
walk
them to their office
because
building.
most of the senators are in their 80s.
Well, there is that. It is like a God's waiting room at this point, isn't it? But the thing that is being, I guess you say, debated right now is around this Epstein, the Epstein files. What do they know? What don't they know? Who, this, that, and the other.
And now apparently Trump is saying that he's directing Pam Bondi and Kash Patel to go after those in the other party that had ties to Epstein.
Oh, of course he is. Again, projection. That's all he does is project. Anything.
Spin.
Yeah,
spin.
Absolutely. Try to deflect from what's really going on. Because I don't think you can get away from the fact that he's mentioned over 1,000 times in just the emails. Like, that's a fact.
Right.
It's not proof of guilt.
No, it's not proof of guilt.
No.
And none of us know exactly what what is in those emails.
Right. But I barely knew the guy, never went there, never saw. That's a bunch of hooey. I think reasonable people all know that's kind of crazy. There's just too many pictures of the two of them together.
There was a long-term relationship.
But we know that the U.S. House, of which you used to be a member,
yes,
is going to be voting in the next week or so.
Yes,
on this piece of legislation.
Yeah, the discharge petition got the 218 signatures.
And so
in fact,
now
when
it's
Grijalva got sworn in. She was the 218th.
So
so now it has to come to the floor,
and it will get a vote.
It will get a vote, and it will pass. And it will pass.
It only needs 218 votes to pass.
And my expectation is that it will exceed the 218.
Really?
Yes.
Because right now, again,
I think there's people that didn't sign the discharge petition that will probably end up voting for it.
Well, there's what 211 Democrats, I think, is the breakdown, if I remember correctly.
I think it's more than 211. I think there were like 5. So they got to 218.
Yeah, so only a couple Republicans crossed the aisle to sign the discharge petition.
Yeah, I think it was about 5.
Whatever. Well, to get to 218, they got to exactly 218.
They got to exactly 218.
That was the number you needed.
Right.
So let's be cynical here for a second, because I want you to help me understand more, like how it actually works. Because I know that I believe there are times when certain members are allowed to vote on things.
Correct.
And you're like given permission from the leadership. Okay, we really don't like this, but you can vote because it's not.
Well, honestly, they
get like the green light.
They get to the point where they decide, do we have the 218 votes? And if in certain districts across the country,
might be vulnerable.
That might cost you an election. They can go to the leadership and say, "Hey,
I need to vote.
You've got the votes. You need to give me a pass.
You got to let me off the hook."
And if you've been a butt kisser for an extended period of time and you've done whatever you're told to do,
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
As a member?
Oh, yeah. If a guy like me ever went to leadership, they'd spit in my eye.
They would say not
Yeah,
interested.
because I wasn't one of those guys that
play ball with them?
No, I did not play ball.
Well, you're no fun.
I was a guy that actually believed in this concept of a republic, that you actually represent the people that sent you there, not...
I don't know how many of those are left.
Well, sad but true. I think there's a handful.
So let's work this through. So next week, the House will vote on this this bill to release the Epstein files. It will pass.
Right.
A lot of Republicans will probably cross the aisle to vote for it. Probably not out of any belief, but for what, political cover?
Well, the reality is that after it gets out of the House, it's not going anywhere.
Well, I was going to give you jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there.
And so my belief, and what I was trying to do was answer your other question. My belief is that they're probably going to give a lot of members that pass, because it doesn't.
It isn't going to get through the Senate anyway.
It's not going to get through the Senate.
You can vote,
and Trump certainly not going to sign it into law.
And we won't hold it against you however you vote,
Right.
because we know it's not going anywhere.
Right.
So how are senators going to get cover for this?
Well, the senators...
how will they not feel the same kind of pressure that congressmen feel, that representatives feel?
Well, first and foremost, Trump is not going to want it to get past cloture. And so there's going to be that same kind of pressure, I believe,
on the 60-vote threshold.
The 60-vote threshold. Senate. Now, if it actually gets to a vote on the floor, all bets are off.
Oh.
But there's going to be intense pressure from the Trump administration to not have Republican senators vote for cloture. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's how it plays out.
That's how that's like how the sausage is made.
That's how the sausage is made.
You know how I notice it? At no point in any of this conversation do we have that people are voting their conscience, or they're voting how their constituents want them to vote.
Well,
do you think there's many people that are getting congressmen? Do you think they're getting calls on Epstein? I expect you to vote a certain way. Is that something they would get?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure. There's a lot of people out there. I mean, look.
Nobody's calling to say vote against releasing it.
No,
is that fair?
I don't think. No, I don't think there's
only Trump. That's only Trump,
right? That's Trump, and he wields a big stick.
Nobody calling a sitting congressperson is going, I expect you to vote no.
Yeah, don't give us any transparency.
Don't want to know what's in the files.
We don't want to know what's in. We don't care about those pedophiles.
Wow. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Any call you're getting is going to be
you vote for this, and there's still a significant portion of MAGA world that believes that it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting pressure. Why otherwise? I mean, you look at people like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look, they're doing this because their voters are telling them this is what they want them to do. And Massey, Thomas Massey, who's a co-sponsor.
He's your buddy, right?
Yeah, he's actually a friend of mine.
He's a Republican.
He's actually
who actually seems to have his own brain.
He's one of the most principled people.
I would argue he is a principal. I don't always agree with his principles, but I understand his principles.
No, he's a libertarian.
Yeah. Well, I'm mostly libertarian. You know that.
He's all libertarian.
Yeah.
And he doesn't believe that government is the be-all, end-all.
You know what I throw him in a category of? I think Thomas Massey. I think somebody like Bernie Sanders. I don't agree with Bernie Sanders.
But you know he's principled.
I believe that that's what he believes.
Oh, I do too.
You know what I'm saying?
And I've said this a million times, Bruce, and I'll say it one more time right now. I have a lot more respect for an honest liberal than a phony conservative.
No.
If somebody actually believes what they're doing, I'm going to give them all kinds of leeway.
So explain to me, and again, we haven't had the vote yet. Andy Biggs, Congressman of the great state of Arizona, did not sign the discharge petition, but has apparently said he will vote for the release of the files because he's been one of these release the files people all along.
Well, and Eli Crane actually did sign the discharge petition.
Eli crossed the aisle for that.
And then he pulled it back.
Then he took he goes, can I get that back?
Right.
So somebody got to him.
Right.
Right.
But once you get to the 218,
it doesn't matter.
It's done.
Yeah.
But this happened well before they got to the 218.
I think a lot less, and believe me, I don't think much of most of them. I think a lot less of somebody who won't sign the petition to bring it to a vote, but will vote for it.
But that's one of the games of leadership. The other thing, sacrosanct thing, you don't vote to take down a rule.
Never.
Is
that it?
And no, never. if your leadership puts a rule on the floor, you are expected to vote for it, even if you don't believe that even if you think the bill's a piece of crap.
And if you don't,
then you
end up getting like banished. You don't get to sit at the cool kids table at lunch.
You don't get to sit at the cool kids table at lunch, and your office has a bunch of brooms and mops.
You're in the basement. And, oh, wow. Yeah. I love it. We're learning how Congress really works from someone who spent 10 years in there and understands it.
And the office that I had basically follows suit on that.
Wow.
No, I ended up during my time actually voting to take down 2 different speakers of my own party.
Wow.
One was Newt Gingrich.
Newt? Boehner?
And John Boehner.
And why do I like John Boehner?
Why do you like
him? Because he cries?
He's
like an emotional dude.
You know how the mafia people cry? They pluck a nose hair.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
That's how they shed a tear.
That is former Congressman Matt Salmon. Again, this is like a Schoolhouse Rock. We're learning how forget how you think a bill is passed. This is how it really works when you get down to it, all right? Hey, real quick, I got to give a shout out to everyone listening in Gilbert, all the Gilbertonians. Thank you guys so much. The Gilbertians. What do we, like Lilliputians?
Gilliputtons.
Shout out to Gilbert. Thank you guys for listening. Coming up next, it's time for the Stream Team. We're going to tell you what you should or maybe shouldn't be streaming this weekend. It's up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump has struck a trade deal with South American countries that reduces tariffs on agricultural imports. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has more.
This is a major reversal as Americans are seeing higher grocery prices. The president rolling back tariffs he imposed on household staples like coffee and tea, bananas, oranges, and tomatoes, and even beef. For weeks, the president has insisted prices are coming down. That is not the case, and he is making major changes to his own policies to address rising costs.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Still a little business to take care of. We've got heavy slowing southbound State Route 51 right at the mini stack. We've got a crash right near McDowell, had an earlier crash right near there, and you've got very heavy slowing as you come southbound, starting right at Glendale Avenue, stop and go all the way down to the stack, right to the transition ramp. New crash coming in down Motorcycle, the outer loop, Loop 303, southbound at the Grand Avenue off-ramp and Bullard Avenue and Greenway. Look for a crash there, and a crash at 65th Avenue and Camelback. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Now is a great time to get a brand new Toyota like the class-leading Tacoma, Amazing Tundra, or the all-hybrid 2025 Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers today. John Roller, KTAR News.
All righty, time now for the Stream Team. It's brought to you by Life Changer Loans. Got to tell you, this is where we kind of go over with you, share some of the ideas we have of things that we have been watching, streaming, if you will. And I insist that our guest today, in playing the role of Gatos, Mr. Matt Salmon goes first. Do tell us about Truth and Treason.
Amazing movie about a young man.
Where can I see it? Is it in theaters right now?
Or you can stream it.
Okay.
You know, if you go on Fandango.
Oh, you can rent it and watch it. Okay,
and I think Apple TV,
got it.
you can actually rent it. Yeah, you can rent movies that are in the theater. But this movie was so very heartwarming and touching. First and foremost, it was a true story about a young man named Helmuth Hubener.
Okay.
A 16-year-old lad that had a friend, Jewish friend, that was detained and then sent off to one of the camps. And
this is like World War II.
Yeah, during World War II.
Okay.
And he actually started his own resistance and started...
as a teenage boy.
As a teenage boy. Without coordinating with anybody else. He would print his own flyers, and he basically told the truth of what a lousy monster Adolf Hitler was. And what's really...
Which was pretty dangerous back then, right?
Pretty dangerous back then. And his ecclesiastical leader, of his congregation... was a Nazi.
Oh, well.
And as many were.
Yeah.
And so he didn't get any support from there. And he got a couple of his young buddies to help him go out, and they would go out in the dead of night and distribute these flyers all over the place.
Yeah, that's before the internet, right? Before you could post things, you had to go out and put flyers up.
And ultimately, he was caught.
Oh, boy.
At the end of the movie, and I think he was 17 at the time when he was actually caught.
Don't give it all away.
And
leave a cliffhanger for people.
It's just really, really heartwarming to see
and a true story.
How a young person like that would put everything on the line.
Right.
Everything on the line to do what they thought was morally right.
Wow. Okay, it's called Truth and Treason. It's from the folks at Angel Studios. They do a lot of movies.
Them.
They have a lot of
they actually
like
did
positive films, good moral
good moral
stories.
Films. They actually have the film series The Chosen, which goes into the life of Jesus Christ and his followers. And I've actually seen every one of those.
There you go.
And I've got to tell you, it is. It's made me actually feel a lot stronger about my faith.
Wow.
My personal faith, and I feel like it's brought me a lot closer to my older brother, Jesus Christ.
Wow!
And my Lord and Savior. So it's been great.
So Matt's pick on the stream team again, Truth and Treason. You can download
it's amazing.
it.
It's amazing.
You can stream it.
If you want to see a movie that really goes to the heart of what it takes to put everything on the line for something that you believe in. Everything.
So you don't know this about me as much, but I'm going to surprise Becky Lynn for a second. I watched a show about a serial killer. I know what you're saying. Come on. Are there any left?
Same song, second verse.
I am fascinated by it. There is a new documentary film on Netflix. I don't know if you're familiar with the BTK killer. Stood for bind, torture, kill.
Yes.
Started in the 70s, went all the way until the mid-2000s, in Wichita, Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, imagine what it is like to be the daughter of a serial killer and have no idea. That is the documentary, My Father, the BTK Killer.
February of 2005, I will never forget that day. The police goes, your dad is BTK.
The serial killer who terrorized Wichita for years.
A sexual sadist, BTK.
Can you imagine finding out that your father is one of the most evil people on earth?
Yeah. So Dennis Rader, by the way, in jail as we speak, murdered at least 10 people. They think there might be more between 1974 and 1991. He was arrested in 2005 because of DNA.
Wow.
Found it, yeah, and there's a whole story. It gets into that. So I was always familiar with BTK because it was like one of those amazing stories, and they couldn't catch him.
Wasn't he like a guy next door kind of thing too?
Well, he was married with two kids.
Yeah, no one would ever have guessed.
Right. He was the dog catcher in town. He worked for the city. He would write code violations if your weeds were too high.
Mm. He was a bureaucrat.
He was the guy in town. People knew him in Wichita. He was the normal dude. And this is the story told by his daughter, who was 26 years old, the day the FBI knocked on her door and said, "What do you know about your dad as the BTK killer?" And she's like, "What are you talking about?"
How old was she at the time?
26.
Oh, wow.
Married, newly married, and it gets into kind of how it like her life changed on that day.
Of course it did.
She stopped being Carrie and became the daughter of the BTK killer. Of the BTK, of the serial killer. And it really gets into that a little bit about what she's gone through. I'm going to tell you, I don't find her to be the most sympathetic. Some of it seems like she's kind of performing a little, in documentaries sometimes. I want it to feel real. Sometimes I think she's acting for the camera. I don't like that in a documentary, so I will grade it off.
But she wasn't defensive of her father.
No, God, no. No. But she did try to have something of a relationship with him.
Even after?
Even after. She visited him in prison, working with other police departments to try to solve unsolved killings that fit his MO.
And did it work?
No. And she said, I saw that evil side of him sitting there when he became defensive and became argumentative about it. And she says, I never spoke to him again and never will.
Did he ever confess?
Oh, he confessed to the 10. Absolutely.
He did confess to the 10.
Oh, God, yes.
Okay.
His confessions are horribly chilling. He kept notebooks of everything he did. He wrote letters to the newspaper. He wrote letters to the TV stations. It's all in this documentary. It is crazy coming from the daughter of the serial killer living in your house. Again, it's on Netflix. It's new to Netflix, and it's called My Father, the BTK Killer. Ugh. Absolutely chilling. Really chilling.
Yeah.
And to think that somebody like that could be living in your house and like that double life.
So was this like an hour and a half documentary?
It's 90 minutes roughly.
So it's not a series?
Not a series, no.
Okay.
You can watch it in one sitting. Yeah. All right, that's our stream team this week. You've got Truth and Treason available for download at a download near you. And I have My Father, the BTK Killer on Netflix. Up next, Kyler Murray might not be the only Valley quarterback on the move. We'll tell you that story up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, my buddy Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands and thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website, ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
An official message from Medicare. Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money. Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Last night, Scottsdale Unified School District parents and students asked the governing board to reconsider closing 2 schools.
The district is considering closing Pima Elementary and Echo Canyon schools due to low enrollment. Blair Wilkins has 2 kids at Echo Canyon and says it's hard for her children to think about their school closing. She says the district suggested parents move their kids to Tavon Elementary instead of Hopi, which is closer to Echo Canyon. She questions whether that's because Echo Canyon and Tavon are both Title I schools.
Title I designation never really meant anything to us, but once we were forced to kind of look beyond Echo Canyon, you start to hear and see and recognize what that means. And I think it was really the distinction between Hopi and Echo Canyon and then Tavon.
The final vote on the closures will be December 9th. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Migrant activists are outraged by the apparent deportation of Iraq War veteran Sergeant Jose Barco this week. Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, says Barco earned a Purple Heart after he rescued fellow soldiers during an IED attack.
The fact that he saved American lives on the battlefield, was not mentioned once at any of his detention hearings.
Ray says Barco was detained on Veterans Day and taken to ICE detention in Florence. It's unclear where he's been deported to. KTAR has reached out to ICE for confirmation. It's probably costing you a little bit more to fill up your tank than it was a year ago, but prices are starting to fall just in the nick of time.
The statewide average is around $3.36 for a gallon of gas, up 19 cents from a year ago, according to Gas Buddy. That's one of the biggest jumps in the country. Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says refinery issues are mostly to blame, but there is some good news ahead of the holiday travel season.
Average gas price in Arizona down 11 cents a gallon in the last month, and more declines are likely coming so long as there aren't new refining issues.
He expects gas prices to fall almost on a daily basis for a total of 15 to 25 cents over the next 4 weeks. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Phoenix Suns taking a couple of nights off after last night's big win over the Indiana Pacers. They're going to be back on the court Sunday night when they host the Atlanta Hawks. ASU Sun Devils are on the court tonight, hosting number 19 Gonzaga. Number 5 Arizona Wildcats are hosting the number 15 UCLA Bruins. And of course, tomorrow is homecoming at ASU. The Sun Devils will take on the West Virginia Mountaineers at 11 a.m. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking traffic for us now. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Well, if we have any Seinfeld fans out there, to quote George Costanza's father, Frank, serenity now, serenity now. It has been a rough commute, and especially if you're traveling southbound on the 51, we are still dealing with very heavy slowing, all due to a couple of crashes right near the mini stack, and you've got heavy slowing starting right at Highland. In the West Valley, we've got a crash involving a motorcycle southbound side of the Loop 303, the outer loop, right at Grand Avenue, and also working a crash in Surprise, Bullard Avenue and Greenway, 95th Avenue and Camelback, a crash there as well. Traffic is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is a proud supporter of KTAR's Outspoken Families in Need, benefiting the UMOM New Day Center's Collection Drive. If you'd like to learn more about UMOM and have a way to help, text CARE to 620-620. John Roller, KTAR News.
Tonight's low 60, tomorrow 80 for the high. With the rain moving in, really good chance of rain and storms right through Sunday. And Sunday's high about 71. Monday, right there as well. 79 now in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill from the Chris and Joe Show. You have RFID blocking wallets, a firewall on your router, spam alerts on your phone, all to keep you safe. It doesn't matter. There's a new criminal moving faster than you can keep up. Who's doing what to stop it? Monday at 3 on air and watch live on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
Oh, that's right. We're on the YouTube right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, at least you dressed for it. I didn't today.
I like your jersey.
Well, thank you. I wear foosball jerseys on Fridays, Jersey Friday. But anyway, we are up on YouTube. If you'd rather watch the show, you can watch it on your TV. You just go to YouTube, search for the KTAR, and boom, click the little thing in a boomer. And
it's getting so cool.
Yeah, it's like radio on your TV.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not bad. So you and I are both sports fans. I think you're probably maybe a little more of a college sports fan than I, because I can tell you, I've fallen out of love with college sports.
Well, and I know what you're going to say.
Okay.
But I always thought that college sports were more real.
So, I didn't come up with the phrase, but I remember hearing this. In college, you play for the name on the front of the jersey.
Right.
In the pros, you play for the name on the back.
Yeah.
Right? I've always heard that.
Right.
I don't think that's true anymore.
No, it's not, because of name, image, likeness.
Yeah. So the talk around town has been...
They're like another level of pros.
Yeah. Has Kyler Murray played his last game as an Arizona Cardinal? Possibly. Maybe. Maybe he gets traded, maybe he whatever, and moves on and goes somewhere else, and the Cardinals start over with another quarterback, okay?
Right.
But that is kind of the progression of the way
it happens.
NFL works, and there's a contract involved, and, there's a trade and this and the other. But ASU, apparently, at least Coach Kenny Dillingham, seems a little concerned
that he might lose his quarterback.
That QB Sam Leavitt could be poached.
Yeah.
And if you don't know how this works, it is basically highest bidder.
Highest bidder.
You, as a college athlete these days, you can leave the team you're playing for and go to whatever team wants to literally pay you more, what the next school is. There are some, I think it's hilarious. And by hilarious, I mean, I think it shows the absurdity. There was a game a couple weeks ago. See, I'm doing this on the fly, and I shouldn't. There was a college game between two teams where both quarterbacks were in their 7th year of college.
It's a great gig.
7 years.
That's crazy.
They had a redshirt year. They appealed to the NCAA, And by the way, there are some quarterbacks that are on some players on their fourth or fifth college team. They change teams every year based on who's willing to give them more money or who's going to give them more playing time, who they think is going to showcase their skills for the NFL more.
So when do the fans get really cynical and then start,
I'm there.
Revolting themselves?
I'm there.
I think I probably am too. It's evolving, and it's not all for the best.
Well, because, even in college football, you could leave, but you had to sit out a year. Remember the old red shirt year? And playing for more than two teams was ridiculous. Nobody.
Well, and you know what people used to say when I said that I like college sports because it seems more real. When I say it's more real, it's that they're actually playing for the love of the game and not for the check. But that's not the case.
Those days are gone, aren't they?
Those days are gone. And so now it's just a bunch of mercenaries. I mean, come on.
But isn't it?
Right.
Okay, let me use this. I'm a Commanders football team Redskin fan. Okay, my Washington team.
Right.
Grew up in D.C. area.
Of course.
Didn't have a choice. It's been tough. But we got Jaden Daniels. Heisman Trophy winner for LSU.
Absolutely.
Also played for ASU.
Left
ASU to go to LSU. Do you think he went there? Real quickly. Do you think he transferred from ASU to LSU because of the math program? Do you think it had anything to do with education?
I think it was the cheerleaders.
Yeah. I just,
no, it was the uniforms. He liked the purple and gold.
It's a good-looking uniform. We're getting to the point now, though, where can we just stop even pretending that they are student athletes? They're athletes. They're not student athletes. It is a complete farce that they're going to school.
They're hired guns.
Do you know how much Sam Levitt, ASU quarterback, do you know how much he's going to make this year as the quarterback of ASU?
Tell me.
Just over $3 million.
That's a lot of Starbucks.
And because he's played well, even though he's hurt, other teams might be looking for a quarterback.
And like what you were saying before, because
somebody offers him $4 million.
One of the possibilities is that he could go straight into the NFL.
Could.
But what you were saying is he might make more money staying with the college.
I got to say, it might be a better gig. Play 7 years at a college team.
There you go.
The highest paid college football player this year is Arch Manning.
And it's $4.5 million, right?
It's $6.
$6 million.
Yeah, he's at $6 million.
$6 million
a
year.
American.
A year.
Well, this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Isn't it, though?
That's nuts.
But I shed no tears for ASU as a U of A boy.
And it basically, but
losing players.
The same thing's going to happen in basketball.
Absolutely, it is.
And the U of A has always had
great basketball teams. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Somebody comes along and says, "I'll pay you more."
By the way, back in 1997 when they won the national.
I was there in Indianapolis. I was at the game.
Okay, I
cried. Last time I cried.
I was in the Oval Office when Bill Clinton hung the medals on their necks.
Oh, really?
It was really cool.
There you go, representing Arizona. I appreciate that.
It was really cool.
I appreciate that.
And everybody's a U of A fan at that time.
Yes, copy that. And Lute Olson, and what a great time.
And Lute Olson is a legend.
There it is.
Kind of like Frank Kush is for ASU.
I'll give you that. Hey, we got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's going to do that for us. And coming up next is the problem with sales at Target, down like 30%. The fact that their employees are rude? We'll talk about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
America Roofing. They're the best when it comes to fixing your roof, when it comes to repairing your roof, when it comes to giving you a whole new roof. They use premium products, guaranteed quality service. You can get 10% off all replacement or repairs when you mention Gatos. I use these guys because they're local. They're a family-owned and operated company. Jake and Josh, they've run this thing for 25 plus years. I want you to call my friends at America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. One of the things I love about America Roofing, financing. There's no need to wait to get your roof fixed. They can fix your roof quickly, and then they can set up a payment plan that works for you. Not everybody does this. America Roofing wants to fix your roof. They want to repair. They want to replace it if need be. And they also want you to be able to afford it. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A rainy weekend's in store for the state. The Valley's expecting anywhere from a half inch to an inch of rain and a slight chance of snow in the most northern parts of Arizona. Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says storm damage should be minimal.
There could be some rumbles of thunder, but we're not looking for any storms that are going to cause any winds or anything like that. So it's generally just going to be a fairly quiet weather event with just rain showers.
A second system will move in Monday night, bringing below average temperatures as well. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check of traffic with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, new crash with injuries coming in Glendale right now, 58th Avenue and Glendale Avenue. Also working a crash on the South Mountain Freeway, the Loop 202 right at Buckeye Road, the northbound overpass there, and still have that down motorcycle. Southbound side of the Loop 303, that's the outer loop, right at Grand Avenue, and still have some leftover slowing from a crash right near the mini stack. Southbound 51 right near McDowell, and also now seeing some slowing on the northbound I-17 right at I-17. You've got slowing all the way back to the stack. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you currently don't have a trust, your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your free estate planning review at AssetPreservationWealth.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection
it's a team. There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Every morning, Gatos joins Broomhead and goes with that Gatos Big Q poll. Today's poll question, Gatos really spent a lot of time on this. You can tell you had 1 foot out the door. The penny is dead after 232 years. Are you glad the penny is gone? Yes or no?
So what happens to the saying, a penny saved, a penny earned?
What about pennies from heaven?
Pennies from heaven.
Penny for your thoughts?
Penny for your thought. Oh, so many of those things.
It's all up to a nickel now.
I'm actually really sad about it.
You're sad. I'm going to go no 70%. Let's see. It's no 58%.
No 58?
I don't care about the penny.
Nobody cares about the penny
Nobody cares
anymore.
about the penny anymore. I did learn it costs 3 cents to make a penny.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Well, then, from a financial point of view, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I'm still sad.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. We talked yesterday about
what are you going to throw in the wishing well? Quarters?
Yeah, you got to move it up. You got to go to up to silver. We're going up to silver money now. Can't use copper money anymore. My niece used to call it metal money. She goes, "Do you have metal money or paper money on you?"
I'd rather have the paper.
She wanted paper money.
She wanted the paper kind.
She'd reach in your pocket. Do you have paper money or metal money? I'm like, oh boy,
I don't like the kind of jingles.
I don't like the metal money. No. So I admit that maybe I can't keep track of every boycott. Who's mad at what business for what decision they made. But apparently there's been something of a boycott against Target. I'm unaware of because I go to Target.
Because they allegedly folded on the DEI.
Yeah, they got rid of their DEI program apparently. And ever since they did this, now their stock is down about 30%. Now, I don't know if that's a one-to-one correlation.
Honestly, if it's a product that is the same product, at all the different stores, I'm going to look for where I can get it the cheapest.
Yeah, that's how I shop.
That's how I shop.
I look for the cheapest price.
Yeah.
But is it disrespectful to the employees that in the face of the fact that business is down 30%, possibly due to a boycott, that they are going to
be required to be nice to people?
Require employees to be happy. It's called the 10-4 policy. Employees who are within 10 feet of customers are to smile, make eye contact, wave, and use friendly, approachable, and welcoming body language. And if you get within 4 feet of a customer, you must personally greet the guest, smile, and initiate a warm, helpful interaction. Here's a couple thoughts. Are they going to be measuring? Are they going to be walking around with we have a yardstick? You're going to have a 4-yard stick, and you'll be like, okay, yep.
You're docked.
You're close enough. I got. Hey, how you doing? But if you're a little bit farther than that, I mean,
you suck.
How crazy is that?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I like the idea that you try to encourage people to be kind to the customers. In fact, and
that's fair. But you're forcing them to pretend? Right? I mean...
Yeah, well, how much of what you do at work is pretending?
Okay.
You've heard the term fake it till you make it?
I guess so. And if you're working at the Target, maybe that's what you're doing.
Maybe you just smile.
So how does Chick-fil-A do it? Because everybody at Chick-fil-A
they
just have happy pills. They start the day. Everybody's got a smile on their face. My pleasure, all that stuff. But it seems genuine there.
And it comes all the way down from the management.
Right. But I have a sneaking suspicion when I go into Target, I'm not going to get the most genuine reactions, only from the surly Target employees I've met before. I just find it hard to believe they're suddenly going to get happier.
I'm so glad you're here. Now get the hell out of here.
Yeah, right? But if you're just forcing them to be nice, fake nice doesn't help.
I don't know.
I can see through that. We're pretty sharp individuals. We can tell when somebody's, come on.
When somebody really means it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, how about the old Target people, too? Or the old Walmart greeters? You know?
They got rid of those, didn't they?
They did get rid of them. They dumped them.
All right. Salmon, thanks for being here today.
Great to be here. Have a great weekend.
Matt Salmon filling in for Gatos. Appreciate your help. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, everybody, enjoy your weekends, for goodness sakes. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass, and everybody it takes to put this show together. We've got our super producer, Jules, over there. The first lady of Outspoken.
Love her.
Yeah. Also, the pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all of the news and information. Doing a great job of that today.
Goodbye, Becky Lynn. I'm glad you had kids.
Me too.
And the Roller, helping you get home with all that traffic info today, John Roller. Appreciate all your help. Thanks, guys. We'll be back Monday, 4 o'clock. We'll catch you then.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get the grandmas on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR.